In this complete HTML, CSS, and JavaScript project tutorial, we are going to build and deploy this responsive multi-page driving school website using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, this website is going to have a lot of cool features. We are going to have carousels. We are going to have the light and dark theme functionality as well. We are going to have filterable lists. We are going to have filterable, galleries. We are going to have filterable packages and a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, so without wasting your time, let me quickly walk you through the finished project. So here you can see we have this beautiful Animate On Scroll once the page loads, and as I'm going down the page, you can see that we have different sections animating in. As we go down the page, we have beautiful animations for different elements and different sections of the page. There's the packages page, and you can see we have this table that animates in beautifully. Here in the testimonials, we do not have any animation, but you can see we have a carousel for the different testimonials from our driving students. Okay, and here in the packages section, you can see we can actually toggle or see the different packages that we have by clicking the buttons. And you can see we have a beautiful dark theme for the entire website as well. And this is how the home page looks in the dark theme. This is the about section. We have our programs, and you can see the cards animating beautifully. Here too, the cards animating beautifully. We have our table for the packages, and then we have our testimonials here at the bottom as well. All right, so let's actually check the other pages as well. So let's get to the about page, and this is how the about page looks like. Going down, we have our instructors right here, and we can go ahead and hover over them to see the cool card effect that we have. That was a cool hover effect that we are going to use CSS to achieve. Here is the gallery section. We have the cool filtering that we can do for the different sessions that we have for our students. So for the gallery, we can click to see the theory session, for instance. Here in the programs page, you can see that we can click to actually see the different packages that we have, okay, for our students. For the dark theme too, you can see that this actually looks good on both themes. And on the frequently asked questions page as well, you can see we can actually toggle or click on the different questions that we have to actually see the answers for those questions. And if we scroll down, you can see that we can actually click this link at the bottom to actually send an email if we have more questions, right? Here on the contacts page as well, you can see that we have a cool, Google Maps where we can actually zoom in or zoom out. And this looks amazing. I'm going to show you how to do this as well. And with these buttons, your students visiting the website can actually click to send you a direct message on WhatsApp, for instance. Okay. By the way, make sure you like and subscribe for others to see this project as well. And they can also click directly here to send you a message, and your email is going to be populated as the recipient, in the recipient field. Okay. So they'll just have to type in the body of the message, and then once they hit send, you are going to receive that message. Now let's see how this actually looks on mobile phones. So this is how the website is going to look on mobile devices, and as you can see, it is looking amazing. This is how the website is going to look. Of course, here in the gallery section, we can go ahead, or the gallery page rather. This is a multi-page website, so this is the gallery page. You can see we can toggle the different driving sessions that we have, right? We can go to the about page, and this is how the about page looks like. We can change the theme, of course, and by the way, the theme is going to persist to local storage, and that means whatever theme your students choose is what is going to remain whenever they revisit your website. Okay, it's going to be a dark theme if that's what they choose. It's going to be a light theme if that's what they choose, right? Let's check out the other pages. And here you can see we can toggle the different programs that you have, or the different packages that you have. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and check out the contacts and the frequently asked questions. This is how the frequently asked questions page look like. Right, of course we can close them. Let's go to the contacts, and this is how the contact page looks like. Okay, of course we can go ahead and actually zoom in. Okay, you can go ahead and zoom in, zoom out, and all that. Perfect. Now for the Facebook Messenger tool, your students can go ahead and click and they can directly message you on Facebook Messenger. Okay, they are going to land in a chat system like this where they can just enter a message and then message you on Facebook Messenger. I do not have any Facebook account, that's why I didn't set that up. All right, so as I said, we are going to deploy the project, and that means we are going to make it available on the internet for everyone around the world to have access. And therefore, let's go ahead and buy our hosting, claim a free domain name, and we can go ahead and work on this project. I have an upcoming Zero to Hero HTML and CSS course as well. So if you are interested in learning how to create any kind of website using only HTML and CSS, make sure you subscribe to my email list, link in the description, and I'll let you know when the course is out. Let's go ahead and set up our hosting and domain name. And having used or having worked with many hosting providers, the one that I always recommend for everyone is Hostinger. Now in the description of this video, you are going to find a link that's probably the first link that's going to bring you to this page. And that's an affiliate link that's going to give you the best deal for your hosting purchase. Okay, so go ahead and then click that link. That's going to bring you to this page. And if you visit this page and the design is a little different, that's because it changes from time to time, right? So there's Hostinger. Let's go ahead and then check out some of the hosting web hosting packages that they have. And right here is their premium shared hosting. Okay, so for only $2.80 per month, you are going to have, or you are going to be able to host 100 websites. They give you 100 gigabytes of SSD storage, as you can see here. Free weekly backups. They give you free domain name. How cool is that? For most of the hosting providers, you actually buy the domain name separately. Okay, here they give you a free domain name and a free email as well. So they give you a bunch of other stuff that are very cool and very helpful as well. Right, so this is a perfect deal for me. I'm going to go ahead and then click add to carts, and as I said, make sure you use the link in the description to get the best deal on Hostinger. All right, so this is very affordable, so I'm going to go ahead and then use the 48 months. Okay, and that's going to give me the best deal. And right here I'm going to go ahead and then enter my email. Right, so that's my email. I'm going to use PayPal. As you can see, my total is $133. Okay, now I have a coupon for you. Okay, and this is the best coupon on Hostinger. Go ahead and enter the coupon code EGATOR. Okay, this right here, enter that and apply and see what you get. You get 10% discount. So that is a very cool deal, and this is a very reliable hosting. That is why I went ahead and then got you this very important deal. All right, so we are going to go ahead and submit our secure payment. All right, so after the payment, make sure you check out your email to finish up everything, confirm your email and all that. And right here I'm going to go ahead and then log in. So right here I just logged in, and I'm going to go ahead. As I said, they give you a free domain name, so you can go ahead and then claim the domain. Okay, which is really cool. On most platforms or with most hosting providers, you actually have to buy the domain name separately, which will cost you probably $10 or more. Right, so the domain name I'm going to buy is Dummy EGATOR. and I'm going to use the .com. Okay, so let me quickly check if that's actually available, and it is. Okay, so let's go ahead. As you can see here, that would cost me $14, but here they are giving it for me. They're giving it to me for free, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and then claim this domain name. Yeah, I forgot to mention, but they give us a free SSL as well. So let's go ahead and install that. Yep. And that's installing. And that's going to make sure every traffic on the website is secure. All right, so now let's proceed to work on the project. Let's go ahead and create the entire folder structure for this project. I'll just create a folder here and call this driving school. And I'll just, by the way, the dashboard project is the first project I created this year. Okay, if you want, you can check it out using HTML and CSS. That was the first project, and now we are working on this folder. That's the driving school project. So let's just enter the folder and then right click and open this with VS Code. Okay, I'm just going to make this a bit bigger so that you see everything that's happening. I'm going to have a folder here called assets, and I'm going to go ahead and bring in the assets that we need for the entire project. Okay, so I'll just copy everything from here, and I'm bringing in the assets folder that I just created here. Okay, so that's the assets folder. Now let's go ahead and create the pages that we need for the entire project. We are going to need an about page, so I'll create an about folder. We are going to go ahead inside the about folder. I'm going to create my HTML file, and so I'll have about-us.html file, and I'll have about-us.css file as well. So for every folder, basically for every page, we'll have the HTML file and the CSS file as well. Okay, so that's for the about. Let's go ahead and create contact folder as well, and in the folder we are going to have an HTML file and a CSS file as well. So let's have contact.html and contact.css. That's inside of the contacts folder. Okay, now let's go ahead and in the driving school folder, let's create another folder called frequently asked questions, so FAQs, and in there we are going to have our HTML and CSS file. So FAQs.html and then FAQs.css. okay, in the driving school, let's go ahead and create another folder, and that's going to be gallery. We are going to have gallery folder here as well. So we'll have gallery.html and then gallery.css. right? So that's for the gallery page. Let's create another page, programs, and in there we are going to have programs.html and then programs.css. right? So that's for the programs. Let's go ahead and create another folder. Actually, I think that's all, but of course we need a home page, and that's going to be directly inside of the driving school folder. Okay, so let's create a file, index.html. make sure it is called index, okay, because your server is going to make sure it loads this page as the home page. So create an index.html file. right, next to that we are going to create our general style file. Okay, so let's create style.css, and this is where we are going to have all the general styles that relate to all the other pages as well. But I'm going to go ahead and actually create index.css file as well, and that's going to be specific to the home page. Okay, so basically these are the files that we need. But lastly, I'm going to create another file, and that's going to be main.js, that's JavaScript, and this is the file for all the JavaScript that we are going to need. Although I will have some JavaScript files particular or specific to some pages, this will be the file that holds the general JavaScript functions that we need. okay, or the functionalities that we need. All right, so I'm going to use Control W to close all the pages that we just created, and we are going to go ahead and start with the home page. That is the index.html. If you are using VS Code, there is an extension that comes with it called Emmet. Okay, so let me spell that for you. That's Emmet. And so if you don't have it, go ahead and install it, but it actually comes with VS Code. So if you are using any other text editor, go ahead and search for Emmet and you may have it. Okay, and with Emmet, inside of any HTML file, you can go ahead and do exclamation and then tab, and you're going to get this boilerplate. Okay, and so we can go ahead and give our website a title. I'm going to say EGATOR Driving School, or EGATOR Driving School, however you want to pronounce that. And we can go ahead, of course, and link our CSS file. Okay, now for the home page, as I said, this style of CSS is going to be a general style or CSS file for all the pages. And so we can actually go ahead and link that first. And with Emmet, you can go ahead and do link and then tab. And you can go ahead and link your CSS file, and that's style of CSS, right? And below that, we are going to link another file which is going to be specific to the index page, and that's going to be the index CSS file. Okay, so this is going to be the general CSS file, and this is going to be the specific file or CSS file that relates to this index page. And that's why I have a CSS file for each of the pages. Okay, because those are going to be the specific CSS files for each of those pages. Now for the 0 to hero CSS and HTML course, I'm not going to be as fast as I'm going to be in this tutorial. And so yeah, just know that. Okay, so go ahead and, as I said, make sure you subscribe to the newsletter. It's going to be free, of course, and you are going to be alerted when the course is out, right? Of course, what we need to do is to actually start with the navbar. Okay, and I actually have an extension that I'm going to show you real quick, and that extension is going to make sure our page reloads without us having to refresh it. Okay, so go ahead, and if you don't already have this live server extension, go ahead and make sure you install it. This right here, live server. An alternative to that is going to be preview on web server right here. Okay, so install any of that, and with live server, once you install it, you should have this go live right here. And once you are in the page that you want to view, you can just click this go live. And with the preview on web server, you can right click on the page, and right here you can see preview server launch on browser. Okay, so I'm going to click that, and we are going to have our page right here. Okay, so we have EGATOR Driving School, and for you to see the difference, I'm going to have tutorial right here. Okay, so this is the done or the finished project, and this is the project that we are working on right now. That's the tutorial. Okay, so as I said, we are going to start with the navbar. So for the navbar, let's put that inside a nav tag, which is an HTML5 semantic tag. And I'm going to have a div with a class of container that wraps around everything inside the navbar. Okay, so with Emmet, I can do dots and then type the class that I want, and it's going to give me a div with that class. I hope that makes sense. Now in here, I'm going to have our logo and some navbar content. Okay, so let's have our logo inside an anchor tag, which is a link tag, and on click of this logo, I want the page to refresh. Okay, in this case we are in the same page, so I want it to refresh, or in case we are on another page, I want them to come to the home page, which is the index page. And for the text, I'm going to say EGATOR. Okay, now below this, we are going to have a div with a class of nav __ content, and this way of naming classes is called BEM. That's block element modifier. And of course, I'm going to teach you or explain more in the 0 to hero course. Okay, so we have nav content here, in there we are going to have our nav menu. Okay, so let's have a menu tag, and actually I'm going to give that a class of nav __ menu, and in there we are going to have the different menus that we have for our nav bar. Okay, so first we are going to have the home, so that's index.html, right? And that's just going to say home. I'll just duplicate this a few more times. So we have home, we have about. So for the about, we have to go, let me remove everything in here. We have to go into the about folder. So I'll do dot and then slash, that's / and go into the about folder. And in there, I want to select the about as HTML file. Okay, so I'll say about. For the next link, we are going to have gallery. So / we go into our gallery folder, and then we select the gallery HTML file, and this will just say gallery for the text. For the href, the next is programs. Actually, okay, we have home, about, yeah, so let's go to programs. So / programs folder, we have programs HTML, and this will just say programs. The next is frequently asked questions. So frequently asked questions HTML, and wait a minute, okay, that should be this. So I'll just copy this or cut it and then paste it right here. So this will be FAQs, come on, right? And the next one is going to be the contact. So let's go into our contacts folder, have the contact HTML, and you can say contact us. Okay, that's just a text for the link, right? So we have our logo right here, and actually I'm going to give this a class of nav _ logo. Okay, that's the first link that we have, which is a direct child of the container. Okay, now this container class is actually going to be a general class that we are going to have on different elements, especially for sections. Okay, and this is going to help us with alignment. And so to have a more specific class for this nav container, I'm going to have nav _ container for this div. Okay, and so direct child of that is going to be our logo and this nav content, which has the menu. Okay, now a sibling of this menu is going to be a div, sorry, actually a button. Let's have a button in here with a class of theme _ btn. Now in the button, I'm going to have an icon. Okay, so this button basically is what is going to help us toggle the lights and the dark theme. And so let's have an icon in there that represents whether we are on a light or a dark theme. Okay, so what I usually use is Icon Scout for my icons. So let's go to iconscout.com, and let's go here. Once you hover on icons, you are going to select unicorns or uni icons, whatever it's called, and you are going to scroll down to select this. So make sure you select the line here and you copy the CDN. Okay, so copy the CDN, come back to your HTML file, and right here above the title, I'm going to have a comment, and I'll say Icon Scout CDN, and below that I'm going to paste the CDN that I just copied. Right, that's the CDN for our icons. Okay, so the lines is what is free, so let's go ahead and actually go ahead and have some line icons. And so I need a moon icon, so I'll just select or type moon and select what comes up. I'll just copy this, come back to my HTML, and have that icon inside of the button. All right, so right now if I save this, come back to my project, you can see we have a moon icon inside of the button. Okay, so this is the logo that we had, these are the nav menus, and this is the button, that's the theme toggle button. Okay, so let's come back to our HTML, and below this, actually I'll just duplicate this button twice. So we will have two more buttons. The second one is going to be nav _ menu -btn. Actually, I'll do menu open, and I'll have another nav menu close. Okay, and these are going to help us show or hide the nav menus on mobile phones, right? So as you can see, we have a bar icon here, and once we click, we have a close icon. So those are the two buttons that I'm going to need, and so I'll have the icons for those. So I'll just select this, copy, come back to my projects, and for the icon, I'll replace what I just copied. Okay, so that's for the bars. I'll have the close icon as well. I'll copy this and then come back and have that in here. So if I save this, come back to my project, that's what I should have for my entire nav bar. Okay, so that is it for the nav bar. Of course, this does not look good, so let's go ahead and actually have some styling for that. And the styling for the nav bar is going to be in the style.css file. And for CSS, we are going to use CSS variables, okay? And that is going to be very efficient for us, especially when we get to the theme toggling or the theme, customization section. And also using variables is just more efficient in general, okay? So let's say we have a variable called color primary, and we use that for different elements on the page. Once we want to change that color, we can just come back to the variable, change the value of that variable, and every element using that variable is going to have that updated value. I hope that makes sense. All right, so here we are going to have some root variables. So let's say root, and in here we are going to have mostly colors and some other variables that we may need. Okay, so let's have our first variable here, and to have a CSS variable, it starts with 2 dashes, and I'll call this color primary. Okay, so -- color primary, that's how I'm going to name it. If you want, you can do -- color primary, and it's going to be how you call it. Okay, but I just have them dash separated. Of course, the 2 dashes is mandatory. Okay, and so that's how you name your CSS variables, right? So the hex code for this color is going to be 02A1DF. Okay, so that's my primary color. I'm going to have another color, and that's going to be color primary variant, right? If you want, you can call this color secondary or whatever you want. And this hex code is going to be F9F221. Okay, and of course the colors doesn't really have to be only hex codes. You can have them named yellow or whatever you want. Okay, but I just have them in hex code mostly, right? And I'm going to have some gray colors as well. So from light gray to very dark gray. I'm going to call the first one color gray 0, and that's going to be the lightest of the gray colors, and it's going to be F3, F6, F7, right? That's the lightest gray color. And I'm going to have some more variables, which I'm just going to paste. Okay, so from the color primary variant gray, we have up to color gray 900, and we have color danger, success, info, purple, and all that. Okay, do I even need this? I don't know, but I may just keep it. I'm not sure if I'll need some of these colors, but basically these are the root variables that we need for this project. I hope that makes sense. As you can see, we have some variables for our radius. So from radius 1, and rem is a responsive unit. Okay, unlike using pixels, which is really not responsive, rems are more responsive. Okay, and in my 0 to hero HTML CSS course, I will explain more about rems and other responsive units as well. We have container width LG, which is going to be the width of the general container class that we had right here, and this is going to be on large screens, and on small screens we are going to have this to be the width of that container. I hope that makes sense. We have a variable for our transitions as well, and that is it for our root variables. Okay, so if I save, come back to our project, nothing really is going to happen because we haven't used any of these variables yet. I hope that makes sense. All right, now looking at the project, actually, I think we need to change this font that doesn't look great. And so let's go to Google Fonts to have a new font for this project. Google Fonts right here. And so let's go and select more beautiful fonts. I'm just going to remove everything from here. So let's search Montserrat, which is the font I usually use for my projects. And so yeah, if you want, you can go ahead and select the weight, the font weight that you want, but I'm just going to grab everything. And so I'll just go ahead and get embedded code, and that's from weight of 100 to 900. Okay, if you want, you can copy this and then paste it inside your HTML file, but I usually want to import it, so I'll click import and then select everything inside of this style tag. Okay, so I'll just copy that, come back to my general CSS and then paste that up top, right? So we have the font width from 100 to 900, as you can see here. Perfect. Now below the variables, I'm actually going to zero out some default styles that come with the elements. Of course, as you can see, the fonts are not really, the fonts we just selected is not really taking effect, but we are going to work on that real soon. But for now, you can see some elements like the buttons have borders, they have backgrounds. As you can see, there is a gray background for all the buttons. The links have underlines, right? As you can see, we have some pattern for the menu as well. So basically, some elements in HTML have some default styles. Okay, so what I want to do right now is to start from scratch, basically to zero out all the default styles for all the elements. And so I'll just use this star to select every element on the page and go ahead and give them a margin of 0, a pattern of 0 as well, a box sizing, the border for all elements to be 0 as well, background of transparent, outline of 0, list style of 0, and also I'll do text decoration of none, and lastly I'll say user select of none as well. Okay, in the 0 to hero course, as I said, I'll go ahead and explain everything, but in this case I don't want to waste too much time, guys. Okay, so basically margin is 0, padding is 0, box sizing, which is basically making sure every element that we style has a style in the containing width and height that we give it. I hope that makes sense. The border is going to be 0, so no element is going to have a border. Basically, the background is going to be transparent. Outline, some elements like input elements have an outline. Okay, so we are just taking that out as well. List style come usually with an added list and ordered list as well. Okay, so yeah, so we are zeroing out, or we are removing those bullets and numbering when it comes to unordered list and added list as well. Text decoration is the the underline that comes with links. Okay, and user select basically just means we shouldn't user select none. Okay, basically just means we shouldn't be able to select anything on the page. Okay, any text on the page. So once I save this, I come back, this is what we have so far. Okay, beautiful. Now let's go ahead and actually have the new fonts that we just added. And so I'm going to go ahead and select the body, the HTML body. I'm going to select that. Remember, we have a body right here, a body tag. So let's select that and give that a font family of the font we brought in. That's the Montserrat font right here. So I'll just copy Montserrat, and that's going to be the font that we need. Okay, and in case we are unable to get the Montserrat font, we are just going to have any sans serif font as a backup. I hope that makes sense. So if I save this, come back to our project, this is what we should have. Okay, so that's the change. You can see now we have our Montserrat font. Okay, beautiful. Now let's go ahead and give this body some more styles. The color for every text should be color gray 600. So that's how you use CSS variables. I'll say line height should be 1.6. I'll do a background of color gray 50 and font weight of 500. Okay, so if I save this, what we have, there is a little change, but you can't really see it because the color gray 50 isn't really that dark. It's very close to white, that's why you can see it. But if I do 500 and save, this is what we have. Okay, of course I want it to be a little lighter, that's why I have color gray 50, which is this right here, very close to white. Okay, beautiful. All right, now let's go ahead and have some more general styles before we actually target the navbar. So let's have some classes styled and some general styles for all the elements. So any element with a class of container, just like we have a class on this div container here, any element with the container class is going to have a width of the container with LG and a margin inline of auto. Margin inline basically means margin on the x-axis. Okay, so it's going to make sure any element inside of this is going to be aligned, is going to be centered horizontally. I hope that makes sense. Right, let's target every link, and every link should have a color of color gray 900. Okay, so if I save, now our links are darker. I hope that makes sense. Now I'm going to actually have a transition on every link, and that transition is going to be 300 milliseconds duration, or for the properties that are changing, and is for the timing function. That's the transition variable that I'm using here. I hope that makes sense. All right, let's go ahead and get every image, and every image should have a display of block, a width of 100% of its parent width, a height of 100% as well, and an object fit of cover. So we save this. Of course, we don't have any image, so let's just proceed. Now let's target every heading. Okay, so we have heading 1 to heading 6. So I'm just going to have the styles for these headings before we even have them. Every heading should have a color of color gray 900. They should have a font weight of 800. They should have a line height of 1.2 and a text transform of uppercase. Okay, so they should all be uppercase, right? That's it for the headings. Now let me actually target each heading and have different sizes for them. So every H1 should have a font size of 2.8 rem. Come on, font size of 2.8 rem. And I'll target every H2 to have a font size of 1.8 rem. Every H3 should have a font size of 1.1 rem. Every H4 should have a font size of 0.92 rem. Every H5 should have a font size of 0.86 rem. And lastly, every H6 should have a font size of 0.7 rem. Okay. Now let's go ahead and target every button. Now every button should have a cursor of pointer and a transition as well of the variable transition that we have up top. That's all 300 milliseconds is. Lastly, I'm going to have a class for any element we want it to look like a button. Okay, so I'll have a btn class which will have a display of inline block, a width of fit content, a padding of 1.3 rem for the top and bottom, and 2.5 rem for the left and right, background of color gray 0, font weight of 600, text transform of uppercase. So every button or every element with a class of btn should have a text transform of uppercase. Border radius of the radius 3, which we have, I think that should be 1.2 rem. I'm not sure. Let's check right here. So 1.2 rem. A rem is 16 pixels. Okay, so 1.2 rem should be 16 times 1.2. That should give you the value in pixels. I hope that makes sense. And lastly, I'm going to have a box shadow of 0 on the x-axis, 0.7 rem on the y-axis, 0 for the blur, and the color for the box shadow should be color gray 100. Okay, so that's for our btn. Of course, we do not have any element with the class of btn, so we can't really see this, but we will have the effect once we have any element with this class. Okay, now any element with a class of btn and another class of primary should have a background of color primary and a color, that's a text color of white. Okay, so that would be color gray 0, which is very close to white. And lastly, I'm going to have btn hover. Okay, so on hover of any button or any element with this class of btn, we should have a color, that's for the background, gray 900, which is very black or very dark, and the text is going to be almost white, which is color gray 0. And lastly, a box shadow of none. Okay, so that is all for our general styles. Okay, that is all for our general styles. And so let's go ahead and actually make sure our navbar looks good, right? So let's go ahead and work on this navbar. And so I just have a comment here. This is how you have or you write CSS comment. I just copy this, paste it for the separation and for readability. And I'm actually going to put this side by side, or at least I'm going to slide it over just so you see what's happening live. Okay, so let's have our navbar, and remember we have it inside a nav tag. Okay, so let's take that, or let's have that, and give it a background, and I'm going to give it that blue background, which is the color primary. Okay, so let's have our variable color primary, and we save, and this is what we have. Okay, now I'm going to give it a box shadow at the bottom, so let's give it a box shadow, and on the x-axis is going to be 0, on the y-axis is going to be 0.5 rem, basically 8 pixels. The blur is going to be 0, and I'm going to have an RGBA of black with some transparency. Okay, so pure black with 10% alpha, which is going to be 0.1. I hope that makes sense. So if I save, that's what we should have. Perfect, that's the box shadow. Now I'm going to give it a minimum width of 100 viewport width, and viewport width is also a very responsive unit. So yeah, let's go ahead and give it a height of 4 rem. So 4 times 16 should give you the value in pixels. I'm going to display it to be grid just so I can place items to the center, and that will put the direct child, which is the nav container right here, is going to put that right in the middle. Okay, now you can't really see that because the elements inside that is actually not aligned properly, but we are going to go ahead and actually position this to be fixed. So the nav is going to be fixed, and it's going to be 0 from the top and 0 from the left as well. And also I'm going to make sure it sits on top of everything on the page, so I'm going to give it a Z index of 2. So on the Z index is going to be on top of everything on the page. I hope that makes sense. So everything on the page is going to be below the snap bar once we start scrolling. Okay, now we don't really have a lot of elements on the page, but you are going to understand that later on. Okay, so that's for the nav tag. Now let's go ahead. I'm actually going to target the navbar on a dark theme and actually give it a box shadow of the same values but a different color. So RGBA here is going to be white with some alpha, and the alpha is going to be the same 10%, so 0.1. I hope that makes sense. So that's going to be for the dark theme, which we don't have yet, but we are going to understand that later on. Now let's grab the direct child of the nav, which is the nav container. So a class of nav underscore container, and we are going to display flex. And so let's justify content to be space between, and let's align items to the center. Okay, so that's for the nav container. Now remember, we have that's in the nav container. Let me show you real quick. In the nav container, we have the logo and the nav contents. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the logo and go ahead and start the sibling of the logo as well. Here is the nav content. Okay, so let's go ahead, and I'm going to bring this back to the side. Let's go ahead and target I'm going to target the content. Okay, so nav content, and I'm going to give that a display of flex as well. Right here, this is what we are styling. So let's give that a display of flex and align items to the center, and also give it a gap of 4 So we save, and this is what we have. Perfect. Now let's target the nav menu, which is inside the nav content. So nav underscore menu. Let's give that a display of flex as well and a gap of 4 Also, let's align items to the center. So we save, and this is what we have. Right now, these two icons, that's the bar and the close icons, they're actually inside a button tag, right? These are not going to show on big screens. They're only going to be available on small screens so that we can toggle the nav menu. And so let's go ahead and actually remove them. But first, let's actually style them. Remember, we gave them a class of nav menu open and nav menu close. So nav menu open and nav menu close. Let's have a font size of 2 a color, that's a text color of color gray 0, and a display of none. Okay, so they should be gone. Perfect. Actually, let's target the links inside of the nav. Okay, so every link inside of the nav should have a color, that's a text color of color gray 0, which is almost white. So that's it. Now I'm going to go ahead and get the logo, that is the nav logo, which is this. Okay, I'm going to give that a font weight of 800 and a font size of 1.3 rem. Okay, so that's it. Now let's go ahead and get some hover effects on the nav. Let's have some hover effect on all the links. So on hover, I want the color to just change to the color primary variant, which is almost like a yellow color, right? And actually, I'm going to have the same color for if you are on an active page. Okay, so any nav link, okay, with an active class should have a color of the color primary variant as well, right? And so let's go ahead, since we are on the home page, let's go ahead and actually give that the active class, just so we can see that effect. So here I'm going to give this a class of active, and if I save, this should have the active style, which is the yellowish text color for the link. Okay, now let's style this theme button. So remember, we gave that a class of theme btn, and so let's give that a color, that's a text color of color gray 0, which is a whitish color. And also let's change the font size to make it a little bit bigger of 1.5 rem. Right now on hover, I'm actually going to give that a little bit of style change as well. So theme btn hover should have a text color of color primary variant, which is a yellowish color. So if you hover, that's what we have. So that is it for our navbar so far. Okay, that is it for our navbar. Of course, if we click on any of these, we should be able to go to that page, which of course for the about us page, for instance, we don't have anything. That's why we don't see anything there. But basically the links are also working. Okay, so you can click to go to the different pages that we have, as you can see, right? Beautiful. Now the next thing we need to do is to work on the next section of the page. In this case, that's going to be the hero section. If you check the finished project, the next section we should work on is this section right here for the home page, which is the hero section. Okay, so below the navbar, let's go ahead and have some space here, and that's where we are going to have our hero section. To separate this one, I'm going to have some comments here. I'll say hero section. I'll just copy this right here and paste it here as well. Beautiful. Right, so let's have a section tag, right? Actually, I'm going to give this a class of hero. So let's have a section tag, and inside that, let's have our general container class with another class of hero __ container, right? Now in here, we are going to have two article tags, right? So let's have the article tag, and the first one is going to have hero content class. I'll duplicate that, and so the second one is going to have a class of hero images, right? Now for the hero content, we are just going to have an h1, which is going to say your one stop and a break tag, and we'll continue to say hands-on driving school. So your hands-on, your one-stop hands-on driving school, right? Perfect. Now below the h1, let's have a paragraph tag, and let's do lorem 20. Okay, I think lorem by default has 20, you know, words. I'm not sure, 20 or 30, you can count, but I think that's enough. Now below the paragraph tag, let's have some call to action buttons, okay, which are going to be links. So let's have a div with a class of hero CTA, that's call to action. And so let's have our first link that's going to go to contacts. So let's go into our contacts folder and have our contacts HTML, and this will say get started. So once you want to get started, you can just click this link and you will be directed to the contact page to actually contact us. Okay, and let's give this a class of btn and another class of primary. And if you could remember, we already have these classes, that's the btn and the btn primary class. Okay, so we have btn class and another primary class on that same class, right? And that's what we are using here, right? So if I should even save this and come back to the project right here, you can see that button is already styled. Right, now the next button is going to be wait a minute, yeah, we have two buttons. So the next one, come on, I'm doing Shift Alt and then the down arrow to have that same duplicate. So the next one is going to go to the programs. So let's go to programs folder and have the programs HTML. This button is not going to have the primary color, so it's going to be only the btn class. I hope that makes sense. So that's for the first article tag with a class of hero content. The sibling of that is going to be the hero images, and here we are going to have some images. Okay, and for each image, let's have that inside a div with a class of hero image, and let's have our image tag and go into our assets, and the first one is going to be theory 1, You can go ahead and give it an alt, which is going to actually help you with SEO. But I think this is enough. I'll just duplicate this 4 more times. And so the second one is going to be the practical one. The third one is going to be the graduate 7 image. The fourth one is going to be the graduate 1. And the last one is going to be practical 7. Okay, I hope that makes sense. So we save, we come back, and this is what we have. These are the images, right? Perfect. So that is all for the hero section. Actually, that is all for the hero section. And the hero section is actually not going to be on all the other pages. Okay, so it only makes sense for us to have the styles for the hero section here in the index CSS file, right? That is why in the beginning I have the style CSS file first before I have the index CSS file, right? Which is going to be specific to the home page or the styles for the home page. So let's go into our index CSS file and continue the homepage styles from here. Now I'm going to have some general classes or some general style actually for the homepage as well here. So every section I'm actually going to give them a padding of 12 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Or if you want, you can do auto for the left and right. Okay, and an overflow X of heading, right? That's for the section, for each section on the home page. That's the style. And also I'm going to have section __ header, which is a class that I'm going to use. And so for every element with this class, we will text align to the center. And lastly, section header with an h4 or any h4 inside of a section header should have a color of color primary and a margin bottom of 0.5 rem. Okay, so that's the general styles that I need before we even style this hero section, right? And so let's go ahead and actually target the hero section. So I'll have a comment here. Just for readability sake, I'll just have this. Yeah, perfect. All right, so for the hero, let's target the section. We give that a class of hero, right? So let's target, let me actually put this side by side so that you see it. So let's have the section with a class of hero and give it a minimum height of 100 viewport height. Okay, basically the entire height of the window, right? And also let's give it a background of, I'm actually going to give it a linear gradient background. So for you to see how this works, I'll just do black and white. Okay, so you can see we have black at the top and a white at the bottom, right? But I want a light color at the top, so I'm going to use the color, that's the variable color, gray 0. So let's have color gray 0, and the second color is going to be the variable color gray 100. Okay, so that's the transition I want basically. Right now I think that's enough. Let's go ahead and get the container. Okay, so I think we give that a hero container class. That's the direct div inside of the section. And even before we start the container, I want to have a style for when we are on a dark theme. So body with a class of dark should have a different background for that. So I'll just copy the background here and change the value. So it's going to go from 200 to 0. Okay, so that's for the dark theme. That's enough. Now let's continue. For the container, I'll text align everything to the center. So we save and everything should be text aligned to the center, of course. Now let's get the hero content. which is the first article that we have, and the width is going to be 50%, right? And also I'll give it a margin inline. That's margin on the horizontal axis. I'll give that auto. So that's what we have so far. Now let's go ahead and get the p tag. That's the paragraph we have here. So hero content, come on, and the paragraph, I'll give it a margin top of 0.5, right? So we have some space there. Now let's get the CTA, that's the call to action buttons, right? These two are inside a div with a class of hero CTA. So let's get that, and I'm actually going to give it a margin top of 3 rem, a display flex, a gap of 1.5 rem, align items of center, justify content of center, and yeah, that's what we have. Perfect. I think that's enough space. So the next thing we need to style are these images. Okay, so let's grab the images. That's hero images. That's the next article. So let's grab that and actually give it a width of fit content, margin inline of auto to make it horizontally centered. Let's display this to be grid and set the grid template columns to be repeats of 5 times 1FR. Remember, we have 5 images. Okay, so basically they are going to have an even space among them, right? So let's give it a gap as well, a gap of 4 rem, justify content of space between, and a margin top of 5 rem. Okay, so this is what we have, which is not too bad, but I just want some more style to these, images. Okay, so let's go ahead and target each of them. Remember, we gave each of them hero image class. Okay, so let's target that and give it a width of 14 rem, height of 25 rem, a border radius of 7 rem. Okay, so that's what we have, but the border radius is not showing because we have to give it an overflow of heading. So basically, remember, these classes are on the div, right? They are not directly on the image, but rather on the div, which is the parent of the image. So once we set the overflow to be hidden, every child that is overflowing shouldn't overflow again. Okay, so that's what we have, right? Now I'm going to give it a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1.5 rem for the y-axis, 0 for the blur, and I'm not going to use an RGBA. I'll just use a color gray 200. Okay, so that's the shadow that we have. Perfect. Of course, if you want, you can play around with the values to get what you actually want, but I'm going to give it a transition of the variable transition that we have in our style. Okay, and the reason why I'm giving it a transition is because I want to have a hover effect. So on hover, I just don't want to show the box shadow. Okay, so on hover, I'll just say the box shadow should be none. So on hover, we don't have the box shadow, right? I think this is cool, but what I want to do is to bring these two. This is the second image, right? I want to bring that and the fourth image a little bit to the top. I want to push them up a little bit, and the last image and the first image should even go more up. Okay, they should go higher. They should be higher than all the other images. I hope that makes sense. So I'm going to target the hero image and get the first child, right? I'll get the first child. So nth child, I'll get the first one, and I'll just copy this to get the fifth one. So last child, and translate on the y-axis. Okay, I'm going to do -8 rem. So I save, and that's what we have. So the last and the first images are pushed up, And so let's get the second and the fourth images as well. I'll just grab this, paste it down here. Actually, you know what? I'll let the second and the fourth remain where they are, but rather choose the third image and push it down. Okay, so I'm going to get, I'll just get a third image and transform it positive 8 rem. Okay, so instead of negative, it's actually going to be positive. So basically, this is what we get. Okay, this is what we get. Now, of course, you can play around with the values, as I said. For instance, yeah, for instance, you can play around with the, I can remove the margin top here, and you know, that actually doesn't look good because the space isn't enough, but you can go ahead, play around with the values to see what works for you. And I think this is actually okay, so we can, you know, we can move on to the next section of the home page, and that should be the about section. Okay, let's move on to the next section, which is the about section right here. All right, so let's go back into the HTML. Of course, for the dark theme and the responsiveness, we are going to take care of that later on in the video. So let's go to the HTML, that's index.html. I'm going to copy this comment, come way down, that's below the hero section, and I'm going to paste that, and this is going to be the about section. The about section is very simple as well. Let's have a section here with a class of about. So section with a class of about. Of course, we are going to have our general container class as a direct child of that. And also let's have a class of about underscore container. Okay, which is going to be specific to this section. Now let's have an article tag and give that a class of about underscore left. I'll duplicate that and have about underscore right. Okay, so for the about left, I'm going to have an image. So let's have an image tag. Let's go into our assets and get the practical 7. And that's for the left. So for the right, I'm actually going to have a header with a class of section underscore header and an h4 of about us. Below that, I'm going to have an h1, and that will say who are we. Okay, so below the header, I'm going to have some paragraph tags. So for each, I'll just do lorem. I'll have another paragraph tag, and for this, I'll do lorem, 18, and below that, I'll have another paragraph tag, and I'll do lorem 40. Come on, I'll have a paragraph tag, and I'll do lorem 40. Yeah, perfect. Now the last thing I need here is a link, okay, which will send us to the actual about page, right? So I'll have a link here with an href going into our about and about as HTML, right? So this will just say read more. Let's make this look like a button. So let's give it the btn class and the primary class as well. All right, so that is basically all for our about section, right? That is all for our about section right here. So let's go ahead and give this some more styling. So that will be inside the index CSS page. So I'll just copy this comment, come down here and then paste it, and that will be for the about section, right? So I'll just put this to the side just so we see what's happening. So you have about, which is a section, give it a background of color gray 50, which is I think color gray 50 is a little darker than color gray 0, right? So just to give it some difference between the sections, right? So the next section is going to be a lot lighter. Basically, it's going to be almost white, and the next section after that is also going to be color grade 50, which is a little bit darker than the very white color. I hope that makes sense. So let's get the direct child of the about section, which is going to be the about container, and we are going to display grid, and the grid template columns is going to be one FR. So basically 50% for the left and 50 for the right. Let's have a gap of 10 rem between them. Okay, so we have our image and the text. I hope that makes sense. And the reason why we have the H4 and the H1 aligned center is because, remember, way up top we have some general classes for the home page, and that's what is taking effect here. As you can see, for section header we have text align center, and for every H4 the color is color primary, which is the blue color, and we have some margin at the bottom as well. Right now we actually don't need these styles. Okay, the text align center, that's basically this. We don't need that, and so I'm going to overwrite it. Okay, I want this to be text aligned to the left instead. So I'll get the about left. Actually, let's get the about left first. That's the image, and style it, and then we'll come back to the content that we have here. That's what I just talked about. So let's get the about left and give the border radius of 7 rem. Give an overflow of heading. I'll give it a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 2 rem for the y-axis, 0 for the blur, and a color of color gray 100. Okay, and lastly I'll give it a transition, or the variable transition. Right, so that's what we have. Of course, we should have a hover effect for the transition to actually show. So on hover, the box shadow is going to be none. So now that's what we have. Okay, so now let's focus on the right side. So about header, I'll give it a text align of left. Okay, so text align left about header. Wait a minute. Oh, it should be about, or is it section header, right? Yeah, it's section header, not about header. So I'll get section header, and yeah, perfect. Now the last thing I want to do is to actually have some space between the paragraphs that we have here, right? So let's get the about right, and the paragraphs in there should have margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay, so we have some space, and lastly the link we have here should have a margin top of 2 rem. Okay, now I think the H1 here should have some space below that as well. So I'll get the about container H1 and give it a margin bottom of 2 rem. Actually, I'll just do 1 rem. Okay, and just so we have some space below that. Okay, so that is it for the about section for the home page. That is it for the about section. All right, so we click this and it takes us to the about page itself. Okay, perfect. Let me refresh this. Yeah, perfect. Right, now let's move on to the next section of the home page, and that's going to be our programs. Okay, so let's move on to that. And so we'll go back into our index HTML. Of course, I'm going to copy the comment, paste that, our programs. Let's have a section here with a class of our programs. Okay, and of course we are going to have our general container class and our programs underscore container. Right, of course, let's go ahead and have our header, that's section header, and we have our H4, that will say our programs, and below that we have our H1, which will be different programs for you. Now below the header, we are going to have an ordered list, which will have a class of our programs list, and in there, of course, we are going to have our LIs, which will be a class of our programs item. Okay, nice. Now in every li we will have two divs. The first one will have a class of our programs item image, which will basically be an image. So let's go into our images or the assets folder, theory 3. That's the image I want to use. And below this div, you are going to have another div, which will be our programs as a class. So our programs item content. Okay, which will have an h4. Come on. And the first one will be regular learning, and below that we have a link, and this should take us to the programs page. So let's enter the programs folder and get the programs HTML, and the text will just say read more, okay, or learn more. Let's do learn more instead. Right, so that is for the first li, right? So I'll just duplicate this 3 more times, and the second one should be the image of graduate 7. That's the image I want to use. Of course, it's going to say learn more, but this title is going to be express learning. Okay, we will have the third one to be, or to have, the image practical 8, and this will be, I think, polishing. Yep. And yeah, that should also take us to the programs page, of course. And the last one should have the image of practicals 8, or let's do 4, sorry. And this should say license, or license, what is it? Yeah, license acquisition. Okay, license acquisition. Yep, perfect. And wait a minute. Yeah, that's it. I think that is all. So I will save this, come back to our page, and basically this is what you should have. Now these bullets shouldn't be there, okay, because if you can remember, we zeroed out these default styles that come with the elements. Okay, so let's come back to the styles page. That's the the styles file, styles.css, and I set list style to be none. It should be none instead of 0. So now the bullet should be gone. Okay, perfect. So that is all for the HTML for the programs section of the index page or the home page. And so let's come back to the index CSS and give this some styling. Okay, so I'll copy the comments, paste it down here, and we'll have our programs section. I want to have section for all of them in the home page. All right, so of course here I'll put this side by side just so you see what's happening. This should be very simple as well. So let's just target the section that's with a class of our programs and give it a background of the whitest color we have so far. That's color gray 0. Okay, just to have it to be different from the section up top. Okay, the section above it. I hope that makes sense. Right, now let's get the container. Actually, let's get the list, okay, which has the different programs. So remember, that's an added list with a class of our programs, and that's called list. So let's give that a margin top of 4 rem to separate it from the H1. So if I save, that should be there. That's the margin. And we are going to display it to be grid and give it a grid template columns of repeat 4 times. Actually, I'm going to do auto fit. Come on. And min max of 15 rem and 1 fr. Okay, perfect. That's what we have. Now let's have a gap between them. A gap of 4 rem should be enough. Perfect. Now let's get each item. So our programs item, and give it a background of color gray 500. Sorry, color gray 50. Yep. And give it a height of 28 rem. A border radius of, the highest radius I think is 4 rem. I'm not sure, but I think that's radius 6, so that's what I'm going to use. So radius 6, perfect. And so I'll give it an overflow of heading and a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1 rem for the y-axis, 0 for the blur. And I'm going to use color gray 100 for the color of the shadow. Perfect. So that's the shadow we have there. Now I'm going to have a hover effect. So let's give this a transition of the variable transition. Okay, and so I'll just have that hover effect right now. So on hover, I just want the box shadow to be none. Okay, so on hover, this is what we have. Perfecto. Now let's go ahead and grab the image, this image that we have in there. So our programs item image, that's the class we gave that, and we are going to give them a height of 20 rem and a border radius of 3 rem, an overflow of heading, and lastly, actually I don't think I need an overflow here because the parent actually has an overflow right here. So I'll just have a box shadow here of 0, 1 rem, 0 for the blur, and the color of color gray 0. So we save this, and this is what we have. Doesn't, okay, maybe that's why I should have an overflow of heading, right? So now you see what I just created. Okay, so now let's target the content. Okay, so we have the image, and the sibling of that is the content. Okay, so our programs item content should have a pattern of 2.5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 2 for the left and right. Perfect. Lastly, let's grab the link inside of each card, and so our programs item and the link inside of that. So actually on hover, before I'll get that link, so on hover of the card, I want to get the link and give it a background of color gray 0, a pattern of 0.3 for the top and bottom, and then 1.5 for the left and right, and a border radius of radius 1, which I think is 0.4 m. Okay, now I'm going to have a hover effect on the link itself. Okay, on the anchor tag itself. So on hover, I want the background to be color gray 900. So that's the darkest color, and the text is going to be white. I hope that makes sense. All right, so we save, and this is what we have. Perfect. Now I think I should have some space between these, and so I'll come here. I'll target the link before the hover styles. Okay, so I'll target the link before the hover effect. So let me be more specific. So content and the link. Okay, so I'll make that an inline block element, give it a color of color gray, or I'll give it a color of color primary, and I'll give it a margin top of 1 rem to separate it a little bit from the H4. And lastly, I'll give it a font size of 0.85 to make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so now that's what we have. Perfect. Why is that not working? Okay, I think these should be centered, like they should be section header. Yeah, they should be text aligned to the center. I hope that makes sense. So section header, text aligned center. Wait a minute. So why is that not working though? Okay, and that's because I overrode that here in the about. Okay, so right here, yeah, section header. So I shouldn't be this general. I should be more specific about the, yeah, for the about. Okay, so that should only be for the about. I hope that makes sense. And now yeah, should have some space here, right? So this how it should be. Okay, so I hope that makes sense though. I hope you get what I mean. So that's what we have here. So the section header should be working. Perfect. So the next section we should work on should be this right here, why choose us. And so let's move on to that. So let's get back in the HTML. I'm going to copy this comment, come down below this, and then paste that. So this should be why choose us. So I'll just say why us section. So let's go ahead and have a section here with a class of why us. Okay, and I'm using camel casing sometimes for words that I don't want to separate, right? So we have that section. Let's have our general container class, of course, as a child, a direct child of the section. And we have why us container. Okay, so why us underscore container as well. Okay, now in here we are going to have two direct children, right? The first one is going to be an article with a class of why us left, and we'll have an added list which is going to be why us right. Okay, so for the left, that's the article, we are going to have an H4, and now say why choose us, that's a question mark, and we have an H1, and we will say coaching with skills and confidence, right? And below that we have a paragraph, and I'll just do lorem, yeah, I'll just do lorem. Okay, and that will be 30 words. And lastly, I'll have a link which should go to I don't know, whatever page you want it to go to. Okay, but I'm going to give it a class of BTN and a primary class, and this will say get in touch. So probably this should go to the contact page. Okay, so let's actually get the contact page. So that's all for the left side of the section. Now for the right side, we are going to have our LIs, and for each LI, let's give that a class of YAS underscore item. And in here you have a span which will have an icon. Okay, so I'll leave that for now, but below that let's have an H4, and for the first one we will say best safety measures. Come on, measures, yeah. And below that let's have a paragraph, and for the first text I'll just copy and paste. So I'll just paste that, and yeah, that's it. Okay, now let's go ahead and have the icon inside of the span. So let's see what we used here. Something relating to safety. Okay, we don't have to be brutally specific here. So safety, yeah, I'll just choose this. I think that's what I used. So I'll just copy that and then paste it here, right? So that's for an li. So I'll just duplicate this 3 more times, okay? And for the second one, we will say affordable fees or affordable pricing, whatever you want to say. And for the paragraph, I'll paste the paragraph right here. And for the icon, I'll just use something relating to money. Okay, so let's see what I used here. So this, come on, I'll just search money or bills. So yeah, this right here. So I'll just copy and then paste it right here. The next, wait, that should actually be the second one. Okay, so I will just switch this and just move it to the top. Yeah. So for the third one, wait a minute, what is happening, guys? Come on. Okay, so this should actually be for the second one, right? And the text here, that's for the paragraph, should actually be for the second one. I hope that makes sense. So I'll just paste that. Now for the third one, this should say payment plans. Okay, so payment plans. So basically we have a payment plan for our students. So for that, let's see what I used. This right here. I'll just use bank. I'll just search by, yeah, perfect. That's a university icon, but that should work. So for the text, that's for the paragraph, I'll just copy and paste. So I'll just paste that, perfect. And lastly, we have expert trainers, okay, or expert instructors, yeah. And I'll just remove this and I'll just paste what I have here. Okay, so that is all for this section as well. That's the why ask section. And so let's get back to the CSS and make sure this actually looks good. And so I'll just copy this comments, come all the way down, paste, why ask. All right, so I'll save and let's check out what we have so far. And yeah, so this is what we have. Okay, this is all for the why ask section. Maybe I'll have to change that to the primary color manually, but yeah, that's good. So let's go ahead and actually style this. So of course, looking at this, yeah, you know what, I don't think we should have even given this a background. That's the about. Okay, so let me just come up here and uncomment this out just to see what happens. Okay, perfect. And nothing should happen because we gave the body a background of color gray 50, right? So yeah, that's just by the way. All right, so let's move on and work on this why ask section. And so I'll just, let's get the container. Okay, so why ask, come on, underscore container, where is a direct child to the section. Now let's give that a display of grid, and the grid template columns is going to be 50%, 50%, which is 1FR, 1FR, and let's have a gap of 5 from between them. Okay, so this is what we should have. I want this H4 to be a color of primary, which is the blue color. So let's have Y as left and H4. I'll give it a color of the color primary and a margin bottom of 1 rem to separate it a little bit from the H1. right? Now let's get the paragraph text here. So why as left and the paragraph, and I'll give this a margin of 0.5 for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2.5 for the bottom. Okay, so that's all for the left side. Now let's focus on the right side here, and for that I should actually bring this here just so you see what's happening. Okay, I don't want us to be guessing, so I'll just, yeah. So why us, right? I'll give that a display of grid here as well, and the grid template columns should be 1FR here as well. Okay, now the gap here is going to be 3 between the cards. Okay, we want them to look like a card, so let's have the why as item. That's each of this has that class, and so the background is going to be the whitest color, so color gray 0, padding of 2 rem, a border radius of radius 6, and our text align to the center. I'll give them a box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1 rem for the y-axis, 0 for the blur, and the color is going to be color grid 100. Now lastly, since we are going to have a hover effect, I'll give this a transition of the variable transition. I save, and this is what we get. Okay, we don't have the hover effect yet, and so let's go ahead and have it. So why as item on hover, I want the box shadow to be none. Okay, so now that works perfect. All right, now let's focus on the span, which has the icons. Okay, so these icons, remember, they are inside of a span tag, and so why as item, come on, and the span inside of them, let's give them a background of color primary, a width of 4.5 rem, aspect ratio of 1:1, border radius of 1.5 rem, color of color gray 0, font size of 1.6 rem, and I'll display them to be grid just so, you know what, let me just, for you to understand why I'll display grid, let me just save this, and this is what we have so far, right? Remember, we have the aspect ratio, which basically means the height should be 4.5 rem as well. Okay, so I'll display grid just so you see what we are trying to do, and I'll place items to the center, and that means I'm placing the direct child, which is the I. Remember, each icon is inside an I tag, right? So basically I'm placing that I tag, which is the icon, inside or in the middle. That's vertically and horizontally centering. Okay, so I'll place items to the center, and that should do it. Now I want this to be in the middle of the card as well, so horizontally I'll do margin inline, come on, margin inline of auto, and that should do it. Perfect. All right, now I think I should have some space, so I'll just grab y as item and h4, come on, and I'll give it a margin of, let's do 2 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and 0.6 rem for the bottom. Okay, so that's what we get. Now what I want to do is to have different background for the different items. Okay, so I'll just grab the different cards. So for the first one, I'll just keep it like we have it already, that's the primary color, but I'll choose the nth child 2, which is the second item or the second card, and give that a background of color primary, color danger. So I'll just have to type that out. So color danger for the span inside of the second item. So let me just copy everything here. to grab the third one. So nth child 3 should have the background of color success. So I'll do danger and then remove it to make it success. And lastly, the last one, the last card should have color gray 700. All right, so we save and this is what we have. Okay, so that is all for this section as well. Okay, now I think the text, the general text font size, the font size for the text is actually too big. So wait a minute, I'll just see how this looks on big screens. Yeah, so I'll just make this a little bit smaller. Okay, so by default it should be 16 pixels. Okay, that's if we target the HTML, the font size should be 16 pixels, but I'm going to change it to be 14 pixels. Okay, so now if I come back, yeah, everything should be smaller. Okay, a little bit smaller. I hope that makes sense, and I think it makes it look a little bit better. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Perfect. All right, so the next section that we should work on is going to be this section right here, our process. It should be pretty simple as well, so let's move on to that. So I'll come back to my HTML file. I'll just go way down and then paste for our process section. This section should be pretty simple as well. So basically we are going to have a section tag, yeah, with a class of our process. Okay, let's have our general container class and our process container class as well. Now in here we will have our header with a class of section header, and that will have an h4, that will say our process, and below that we will have our h1, that will have simple steps to a program. Okay, now the capitalization isn't really necessary because every heading is already set to uppercase. Okay, so below the header let's have a menu tag with a class of our process underscore list, and there we will have an article tag which will have our first process. Okay, now let's give this a class of our process item. Now in there we will have a span which will have an icon. We will have an h4. The first one will say choose a program, and below that we will have a paragraph that will say select your preferred program. Okay, perfect. So let's go ahead and actually get an icon for the first one, and let me just see what I used here. Okay, so check. Yep, just grab that, paste that inside of the span. So that's our first process item. So I'll duplicate that twice to get it two other items, and the second stage to the process is make 70% deposit. Okay, so that's the next stage, and I'll just say pay 70% of the total amount. Okay, so let's just see what we have here. I'll just search deposit to get something that relates. Okay, so money in, come on, I'll just paste that in here as the icon, and lastly I'll need the last stage, and the last stage will be begin lessons. Attend classes based on the program chosen. Oh, I'll just remove the. So looking at the finished project, let's get an icon. Yeah, this is what I used. Just grab that icon and then paste it in here. All right, so that is it for the HTML for this section. And so I'll just come back, I'll copy this comment and then paste it down here. This will be our process section, right? And so let's check what we have so far. So this is what we have for this section. And so let's go ahead and make this look good. Give this some styling. So our process should have a different background just to separate it from the section on top of it. Okay, so let's give it that whitish background. That is the color gray 0, right? So now you can see we have a difference. Perfect. Now I'm actually going to text align everything to the center in here, right? Now let's get the list. So that's the menu with the class of our process list, and I'm going to display that to be grid, and the grid templates columns is going to be repeat 3 times 1FR. Right, now let's have a gap of 4 rem and a margin top of 7 rem as well. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's grab each process item and I'll give them a background of color gray 700. A color, that's a text color of color gray 100. A pattern of 3 rem for the top and bottom and 2 rem for the left and right. Border radius of radius 6 and a box shadow of 0.1 rem 0, and I'll do color gray 100. And lastly, I'll give it a position of relative because we are going to position something absolute inside of it. Okay, so this is what we have so far. Not too bad, I guess, but let's go on and actually have a hover effect. So our process item hover and box shadow should be none. So on hover, this is what we get. Of course, I should give it a transition just so we have a smooth hover effect. Okay, so now that's what we have. Now I'm going to change the background for the cards. So just like we did for the icons that we have here, but this time it's going to be the card itself. So I'll just copy and oh, come on, too much spacing. So I'll grab the nth child and I'll grab the second one. Actually, I'll grab the first and the second one. Okay, so the first one will have a background of green, that is success. Okay, so color success, and I'll just duplicate this, and the second one will have the danger. So now this is what we have. Perfect. So let's move on and actually grab the H4. As you can see, we have an H4 inside of that. So our process item H4 color gray 0 and margin 2 rem 0.5 rem. Right, we have that. Now let's go ahead and I'm going to target the span. Okay, now the span is what has the icons. Okay, so each span should have font size of 2.5 rem and a color, that's a text color of color gray 0, and a display of inline block. We have that. And the last thing I want to do is to actually you know what, I'm going to go back to the HTML, okay, and I'm just going to have numbers to represent the steps that you have to follow to actually start learning. Okay, so for each article in the process, below the paragraph I'll have an H1, or maybe I'll just do H2 and have the first process here. This will be the second step in the process. I hope that makes sense. And this will be the last step, which is step 3 in the process, right? So I'll just have that and then come back to the CSS, right? So you can see we have that 1, 2, 3. I hope that makes sense. Now I just want to position them up top. So each card is going to have that number right here on the top left of the card. So that's why I have a position relative on the card itself. Okay, that's because I'm going to position something absolute in the card, and I want it to respect the card, that's the parent. And so let's have our process item and the H2 inside of it. I'll position that to be absolute to the parent, and from the top is going to be -2 rem, and from the left is going to be 5 rem. Okay, so we save, that's where we have it, right? Now let's give it a background of color gray 0 and a width of 4.5 rem, aspect ratio of 1:1 to make it 4.5 rem for the height as well. Border radius of, we'll do radius 4, that's radius dash 4. I'll display grid and place items to the center. You know why I did that. And the box shadow is going to be 0, 0.5 rem 0, and color gray 100. So I save, and that's what we have. Okay, perfect. And that is all for this section as well. That is all for this section as well. Right, so let's move on to the next section, which I think is the packages section. Let's see. Yep, the packages section. Let's move on to that real quick. So I'll hop back to the HTML file. Now I just copy this, paste it. So packages, or our packages, right? And just add the word section here, our process section. So let's have a section here as well with a class of packages, right? You have our container class as well in here, and the other class with another class of packages container. And in here, let's have our header with a class of section header. Let's have our H4 that will say packages, or let's say package prices. Okay, and our H1, which will say choose a package. Now below the header, we are going to have a menu which is going to have the type of packages for each person. Basically, it's going to have buttons that is going to categorize people for each package. I hope that makes sense. Right, so let's have a menu here with a class of packages buttons, right? And so the first button is going to have a class of non-students, right? And the text is going to say non-students. I'll duplicate this twice. The second one is going to be students, that's the class, and so the text is also going to say students. And the last one is going to be license, right? So yeah, license. Okay, right. So now the first one is going to be active by default, so I'll give that a class of active. And yeah, that's for the menu, that's for the buttons. And below that, we will have a table which will have the actual pricing for the different packages. Okay, so in a table, you have our table head or our T head, which will have our T row, and inside the T row, you have the TH. The first is going to say packages. I'll duplicate that twice. You have duration, and lastly we have price. And I'm going to have the city sign in here, so I'll just paste. I'm from Ghana, so our currency is city. Of course, you can use whatever currency you use. And so below the T head, I'll have our T body, and in there we'll have our T row. For each T row, we'll have our T data or table data, and the first one will say regular with standard license. We'll have another TD below that will say 6 weeks, basically for the duration, and the last TD will be for the price. In this case, it will be 2,650 cedis, right? Okay, so I'll just, for speed's sake, I'll just duplicate this multiple times just so we can go ahead and style it, and I'll come back to actually make this dynamic. Actually, let me do that right now. Okay, so I just went ahead to actually, yeah, so I just have to delete the first one. So I just went ahead to change the text for the different TDs. Okay, so for the first one, we have regular with standard license. For the second TR, we have regular with premium license, and then we have express without license. We have express with standard license. We have express with premium license, and it goes on like that. Okay, so that is all for the table. Basically, that is all for the table. Now, and we are going to use JavaScript to actually toggle the different tiers for different people, but that is going to be at the end of the video, or get into the end of the video. So now let's just go ahead and actually make sure this looks good using CSS. Okay, so I'll just copy this comment here and then paste it down here. Okay, and this is going to be our packages, so I'll just make this smaller, and this is what we have so far. Okay, so let's go ahead and style this. Let's target the buttons. Okay, so remember we put the buttons inside the menu with a class of packages buttons. So packages, come on, what is happening? Packages underscore, yeah, packages buttons, right? And let's display that to be flex. Justify content to the center, align items to the center. I'll leave a gap of 1 rem between them, a width of max content, and I'll set margin of 4 rem for the top 0, or auto. I'll do auto for the left and right, and then 2 rem for the bottom. And this is what we should have for the buttons. Okay, now I'll get the individual buttons. So each button inside the menu should have a background of color gray 0, a color or a text color of color gray 900, and I'll give them a border radius of radius 3, padding of 1.5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 3 for the left and right, and a box shadow 0.7, and color gray 100. Okay, so that's what we have. Perfect. Now I'll have a hover effect, of course, So actually, let me have a style for the active class first before I do the hover effect. So for any one button or any button with a class of active, I'll give that a background of color primary and a text color of white. Right, so I save, and since the first one has a class of active right here, that's why we have that. Okay, perfect. Now let's have the hover effect. So I'll just have the hover. So on hover, the background should be color gray 900, and the text color gray 0, and the box shadow should be none. Okay, so this is what we have. Perfect. Right, now let's target the table. Okay, the table down here, and since that's the only table we have, we can just grab it, and I'll give it a width of 100%. So let's move on and get the T head and the TH inside of that. And here I'm going to give them a pattern. Okay, a pattern of 1 rem and text align of left. Okay, so now that's what we have. Now let's grab the T body and the TR. And actually, you know what? Let me grab the TD first and give them a pattern as well of 1 rem. I'm going to get the T body and the TR inside of that. I'm going to get the odd elements. Okay, so nth child odd, and for readability sake, that is why I'm doing this, just to get all the odd elements and have, wait a minute, I think I actually made let's see, regular. Okay, that's it. So I'll have the odd elements have the white background. Okay, just so we have some good readability. Should have a background of color gray 0. So that's better now. Now we are going to be able to click, for instance, when we click students, we should have the packages for students, right? And for the toggle to be smooth, right, we are going to have an animation down here. Okay, so I'll have animation for packages toggle or change, right? And so let me have the keyframe here. I'll just call this identifier. Okay, and at 0% of the animation, the opacity or the opacity is going to be 0, and at the end of the animation, which is 100%, the opacity is going to come back to 1. Okay, and we are going to put this animation on the TR inside of the T body, right? So TR, I'll just have to target the TR. So T body, TR, and I'll say animation should be the identifier animation or keyframe that we have down here, and the duration is going to be 1 second. Is for the timing function, and forwards. We are done with the packages section, so let's move on to the testimonials section. So I'll come back to my HTML, copy this comment, of course, paste that here, testimonials. So let's have a section with a class of testimonials. Let's have our div with a class of container, and in here let's have our header with a class of section header, which is going to have our h4. That will say what our students say. Below that we have our h1, of course, and that will say testimonials. Right now, below the below the header, we are going to have our menu, where is going to have all the different testimonials from our students. Okay, so what I'm going to do is to use a library called Swiper.js to make this very, very easy for us. Okay, so I'll go to Swiper.js. So just search Swiper.js on Google and just click the first link you see. Let's go straight to resources and then demos. Okay, and I'm going to scroll down to my favorite, that is the pagination. So I think that's the third slide that you're going to see. So pagination, we are going to click core right here, which is going to give us basically the HTML, CSS, and JavaScript of this, right? So to achieve this, or to achieve the slide that we need the CSS link, okay, the CDN link for the CSS. So I'm just going to copy that up top, as you can see right here. That's the style sheet. Just copy that, come back to your HTML, go all the way up, and before your before your custom style sheets, you can go ahead and paste that. Okay, so I'll just duplicate this comment and I'll have a comment here, say Swiper.js, right? I'll just duplicate this one more time and say custom CSS. Cool. So we have the CSS CDN, and before our body tag, the closing body tag, we are going to paste in the CDN for the JavaScript as well. So you see Swiper.js here, that's the CDN for the JavaScript. And I'm going to copy that with the script tags below it. Okay, so I'll just copy everything down there and then paste it, right? So as you can see, everything before the closing body tag here, I'll just copy and then paste it in here. That's before my closing body tag as well, right? So we have the CSS and the JavaScript CDN in here. Perfect. Now what we want to do is to structure our project to match what they have here. Okay, so basically each slide is going to have a class of swiper slide, right? And the parent of the slides here is going to have a class of swiper wrapper. And the parent of that is going to have two classes, that is swiper and then my swiper. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually structure this the same way they have here. Okay, so basically in the menu, we are going to have an article tag with a class of swiper slide, and this is going to be a slide, right? And the parent of that is going to have a class of swiper wrapper right here. So the parent of our article, in this case, the parent of the swiper slide is the menu. So let's give this a class of swiper wrapper. I hope that makes sense. And the parent of the menu, where is the parent of the swiper wrapper, is going to be the container class that we have here. Okay, the container div. So let's copy the swiper here and the my swiper class and then paste it inside the div with the class of container. I hope that makes sense. So now if we have something in the article, that's the swiper slide, and then save it, I think we should have something in here. Okay, now this is the only slide we have, so I'll just duplicate this a few more times, and I think we should actually have a slide, as you can see. Okay, perfect. But now I want to have a pagination as well. So right here, I'll just copy this pagination div, and that should be a sibling to the menu that we have. Okay, in our case, right? So it should be a sibling to the swiper wrapper, right? So I'll just copy the pagination. I'll just undo the duplicates that I did, and the pagination is going to be a sibling to the swiper wrapper, in this case the menu, right? So if I come back to our project, we should actually have the pagination, and it's not showing, but we are going to actually make sure it shows. Okay, So now let's go ahead and actually have the content of the swiper slide. So each swiper slide is going to have a paragraph where it's going to have the quote or the actual testimonial from the student. Okay, below the paragraph you are going to have a div with a class of testimonial __ client. Now in this case we don't need to give it any particular class. Okay, we can have our own class and then style it, right? So in here we'll have a div with a class of testimonial client image, so the image of the person giving the testimonial. And let's go into our assets and I'll choose candidate 1 for this. Below the image we'll have a div with a class of testimonial client info, and in here we'll have age 5, the name of the student, and a small tag for the occupation of the student. Okay, so we save this, what we have, right? So that's for one, one person or one student who is giving the testimonial. And so I think I could just duplicate this a few times and then style it, come back and then change it, but I'll just change it right now and then we'll go ahead and style it. Okay, so I'll just go ahead and change the content. I'll duplicate it multiple times, change it, and then I'll come back to you guys. All right, so I just duplicated the article tag multiple times and then changed the content. Okay, now for the actual testimonial I didn't really do anything about them, but of course you can go ahead and have some real testimonials. Okay, nice. So let's go ahead and actually style this. I'll just copy a comment and then paste it down here. Say testimonials section, right? Of course we should go ahead to see what we have so far. And okay, so this is the pagination. As you can see, it wasn't showing earlier because perhaps we didn't have enough slides for a scroll. I hope that makes sense. But now you can see we have our different testimonials. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually style this. So I'll get the testimonials, that's the section, and give it a background of white, that's color gray 0, right, to separate it from the packages section. Let's grab the swiper wrapper, that's the menu, give it a margin top of 4 rem, and I'll give it a padding bottom of 5 rem as well. Let's target the swiper. This shouldn't be underscore, right? That's not how they named it. It should be swiper slide here as well, like this. Let's give it a background of color gray 50, right? Let's give it a padding of 2 rem for the top and bottom and 2.5 for the left and right. Border radius of radius 6. Box shadow 0, 1.2, 0, color gray 100, and I'll have a transition of the transition variable, and I'll set the cursor to be default. Actually I don't need to do that because I set user select to be none. So yep, not much is actually, wait a minute, swiper slide, yeah. So yeah, this is what we have so far, and this is not really looking good because our images are too big. So let's just grab the testimonial client image and give it a width of 3 rem, an aspect ratio of 1:1 to make the height the same as the width, border radius of radius 3, and overflow of hidden. So I save, and this is what we have. Okay, not too bad, I guess. Right, but let's go ahead and actually give this some more styling. Of course, the hover effect for the slide. So hover, box shadow should be none. Okay, so we have that. Now I'll continue to actually grab the testimonial client itself, display flex, gap of 1.5 rem. I'll have an align items to the center, margin top of 1.5 rem. Okay, so we have that. Now I'll grab the you know what, now I'm going to go back to the HTML and come down here to the script that we have here for the swiper.js. Okay, they have an object here, and we can go ahead and add some more things to actually alter how our swiper should actually, or our slide should actually look. Okay, so we can go ahead here in the object next to, or the next sibling of this pagination, we are going to go ahead and say slides per view, and we are going to do 1. Okay, now it uses the min width for responsiveness. So in this case, the 1 slide per view is going to be on mobile phones. Okay, now we will have a space between as well, a space between of 50, and let's have a breakpoint just so we'll have, you know, 2 slides on large screens like this. Okay, so I'll have breakpoints here, and I'll have a breakpoint of 599 pixels, and I'll say slides per view should be 3 on large screens. Okay, so in this case, this is how it should look. I hope that makes sense. And wait a minute, what is happening? There shouldn't be any cutoffs, right? So that is why I'm a little, you know, concerned here. And in the pagination, the element, I'll set clickable to true. So what could be the reason, guys? You know, I'll come back and actually debug this. Okay, but for now we have a functioning slide. Okay, we have a functioning slide. So let's actually move on to the next section of the page, which I think is the footer section. Okay, let's move on and have the footer, and I'll come back to actually fix this cutoff that we have. So I just copy this comment, scroll all the way down, and then paste our footer. All right, now this footer is actually going to be on all the pages. So the style is going to be in the general style of CSS. The footer is very simple, just a footer tag and 2 direct children. The first one is a div with a class of container and another class of footer underscore container. The next is a small tag with a class of footer underscore copyright, and in there I'll just say copy 2025 EGATOR tutorials, all rights reserved. Right, now inside the footer container, let's have 2 menus. The first one, I'll give it a class of footer menu, so footer underscore menu, and you just have, you know, privacy, which these pages do not exist, but I'll just have them. Okay, terms and conditions, or terms of use. I'll just do terms of use. Right, the next menu is going to have a class of footer socials. Now in here, you can have your, the link to your social media handles and all that. And of course, you should make sure target is blank so that it opens a new tab for each click. Okay, so I'll just have the social media. I'll have the social media, handles that I want. I'll have Instagram. So I just copy the icon here, paste it in there. I'll duplicate this twice and duplicate that 2 more times. So we have Instagram. Let's grab Facebook right here. So Instagram, Facebook, and maybe Twitter, right? Yeah. And that should be it for the entire footer section. Okay, that should be the entire footer section. All right, so let's go ahead and actually you know what, before I start the footer, there is one last thing I want to do. If we check if you check this, you can see this blue doesn't really match the blue that we have here. Okay, so this is the color that comes with the styling from Swiper.js, and I want to customize it a little bit. So I'm just going to go ahead and have that style before we move on to the footer styles, right? So let me have Swiper pagination bullet right here, and I'm going to give that a background of color gray 900. Okay, and I'll have Swiper pagination bullet active, and I'll have color primary. I hope that makes sense. And now you can see this blue actually matches. And if you wonder why I got those names for the classes, they should be here. So I'll just go ahead and select this, and you can see we have Swiper pagination right here, Swiper pagination bullet. Okay, so that is what I'm trying to style. I hope that makes sense. And I style the active one as well. All right, so let's go ahead and actually style the footer. And as I said, that is going to be inside the styles or the style CSS file. So I'll just grab a comment, scroll the way down, and then have my footer. All right, so let's get the footer tag, give that a background of color gray. You know what? I don't need to give it a background, man. Let's give it a border top of 0.5 rem solid, color gray 0. Now I'll grab everything inside of the footer and give it a color of color gray 900. Okay, now let's grab the container. So footer container, and I'll give it a padding of 5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 3 rem for the bottom. I'll display flex, justify content space between, align item center. All right, so that's what we have. Now let's get the footer menu and the footer socials, display flex, align item center, gap of 3 rem. Okay, footer socials, did I give it a class? I hope so. Okay, I made an S. So footer socials right here. All right, so let's go on, and I'm going to grab the links inside of the footer socials. So footer socials, wait a minute, we should be in the styles. I'll grab the links, give them a background color gray 0, height 3 rem, aspect ratio 1:1, border radius 3, display grid, place item center, and yeah, that's what we have. Now I'll grab the icons inside of that. Font size of 1.2 rem, color gray 900, and yeah, that should be it. Now the last thing I want to style is the copyright down here inside of the small tag. So footer copyright, that's the class I gave it, text align center, display block, padding 1.5 rem, border top 4 pixels, solid, color gray 300, just to have some separation. All right, so this is our footer, guys, and I think the swiper.js is not working because we have an error. Okay, so coming back to the style CSS, you can see that here box sizing is set to 0, which is not what I want to do. Box sizing should be border box. Okay, in every tutorial I set the box sizing to be border box. I don't know why I made that mistake, right? So it should be border box. Okay, I hope that makes sense. All right, so of course if I save now, that should be fixed, right? That should be fixed. Now what I want to do is to I actually removed the old project, that's the finished project. I closed that tab, so this is the current project that we are working on. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is to actually make this responsive. Okay, this home page responsive. And before I work on the home page itself, I'm going to start here in the style.css. And remember, the style.css has the navbar and the footer styles. Okay, so let's start here and then we'll continue in the index.css file. All right, so I'll come all the way down here and I should copy this comment and then paste it down. So this is going to be media queries. This will be for, I'll say, small screens. All right, and I'll say at media screen and max width of 600 pixels. Okay, so any screen below this is going to have the styles that we are going to put here. Okay, so if I showed give some styling to the body, for instance, I'll say display of none, and of course this should be pixels. Okay, so once I save this and check this out, you can see everything shows on large screens, but if you're on small screens, as you can see, the width right now is below 600 pixels. But once I get to 600 pixels, 601 pixels plus, you can see everything should come back up, as you can see here. Okay, so the styles that we are going to have right now is going to be devices of 600 pixels and below. I hope that makes sense. All right, so here in the style.css, what I want to do is to have the general styles, and I think the general styles include the navbar and the footer styles as well. Okay, so let's have that, and then we'll move on to the styles for the home page itself, which will be in the index.css. All right, so here I'm going to get the h1, and here I'm going to change the size to be 2 rem. Okay, I think initially it was 2.8 rem. I'll change the h2 font size as well to be 1.4 rem. The h3 font size, I'm going to change that as well to be 1 rem. Okay, and that should be it for the headings. Now I'm going to select the btn class and give it a padding of 1.5 all around, and the font size of 0.8 rem. Okay, nothing too much here, but you can see some things are changing so far. And let's proceed. I'm going to get the general container class and give it a width of the variable container width MD, which I think is 94% or so. I'm not sure. Let's check that right here. Okay, it's 92%. Okay, so that will be the width of the general container class on small devices. Now let's continue and actually grab the navbar. So for the navbar, let me actually put this side by side, right, so that we see what's happening. Put this here on the right, and I'll make this bigger. Yeah, perfect. So let's grab the nav content. Okay, the nav content has the nav menu and the buttons that we hit, right? So let's grab the nav content class, and here I'm going to give it a gap of 3 rem. That's all I'll do here. I'm going to grab the nav menu, and the position here is going to change. I'm going to make it a fixed position. It's going to be 4 rems from the top, just to put it right below the navbar. Remember, the height of the navbar is 4 rems, right? So I'm pushing it down right below the navbar. I hope that makes sense. That's why I'm giving it a top of 4 rem as well. Now on the right, or from the right side, is going to have I'll make it 3%. Okay, so basically the reason why I'm making it 3% is because remember the container width is 92%. Okay, so making it 3% will put it right at where the end of the container is. I hope that makes sense. Since the container width is 92%, meaning we have 8% more, right? So this should actually be 4%. Okay, so with the 8%, we have 4% on the right and 4% on the left. And I'm going to change the flex direction to be column and give it a gap of 0 with, come on, of 16 rem. And yeah, that should be it for now. Now let's proceed, and I'm going to grab the links inside of the menu. So nav menu and the links inside of them, I'm going to give them a background of color gray 800, a text color gray 0, a height of 4 rem, display of grid, place items of center. I'll give it a width of 100%, box shadow of -2 rem, 4 rem, 3 rem, and an RGBA of black with 20% alpha, right? So if I save, this is what we get. Perfect. Now I'm actually going to you know what, let's just leave this. But for the active, remember the active is what we are on, or the page we are on now, right? So the link corresponds to, or the active link corresponds to the page that we are on. Okay, so here just a yellow text doesn't really show, and so I'm going to go ahead and actually you know, give it a bit more style. So any nav menu link with an active class should have a background of color primary and a text color of white, color gray 0. Okay, so now that's the home page, that's the active link. I hope that makes sense. What I want to do is to actually have some animation for when we show or hide, you know, our menu. But before we do that, I'm going to go ahead and actually display this to be none. Okay, so the nav menu is going to have a display of none. Okay, meaning initially once someone visits the page, they shouldn't see the nav menu. I hope that makes sense. And so yeah, but since we don't have the nav menu, how can they actually show it? And that's when we bring in, or we show our bars button. Okay, the hamburger button. And remember, we gave that a class of nav menu open, And so here we are going to make it a display of inline block. So we save, and this is what we get. Okay, so we have the hamburger button right there, and that's what we are going to click on to actually show our nav menu. Okay, now I want to make sure we finish everything with the navbar before we actually proceed with the other media queries. You know, these are all looking horrible on small screens, but I want to make sure we can actually show and hide the nav menu and actually have some animation to it as well before we continue with the rest of the media query. Achieving this is very simple. If you look back at the nav menu, you can see, as I said, you can see we have 3 buttons. Okay, so the theme button, of course, that's not needed right now, but the most important buttons are these two. That's the nav menu open and the nav menu close, right? So we are going to get these 2 buttons, and then we'll get the nav menu itself. I hope that makes sense. And that's what we are going to get in the JavaScript. Okay, so I'm going to go into our main.js file here, and of course we should make sure that is actually linked to the pages. So for now we are going to link it to the home page, and so I'll do script and then source, and we want the main.js file, right? So just to see that this is actually linked, I'll just do alert, and we should have an alert right here. Okay, so that means this file or this JavaScript file is actually linked to our page. So let's go ahead and actually grab the elements that we need. We need a nav menu. So I'm going to use document.query selector, and that has a class of nav __ menu. I'm going to duplicate this twice. We need the bars button, so nav menu open, that's what I'm going to call it, and that has a class of nav. Okay, yeah, nav menu open, that's the class I gave it, right? And the next will be the nav menu close, so I'll just say nav menu close and give it a constant of nav menu close, right? So what I want to do is when we click on the nav menu open, I want to show the nav menu. Okay, so I'm going to add an event listener to the nav menu open button, which is a click event. Okay, so on click, I want to say nav menu style display should be equal to flex. So let's go ahead and try this. I'll go ahead and click, and once I click, you can see we have our nav menu. Okay, now what I want to do is to actually remove this button and then replace it with the close button, so that we can click on that close button to actually close the nav menu again. I hope that makes sense. So I'll say nav menu open dot style dot display should be equal to none. I want to hide it. Okay, but the nav menu close style should be equal to inline block. All right, so let's go ahead and test this out. I'll click, and you can see the menu button is gone and it's been replaced with the close button. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. All right, so of course, as I said, we should be able to click this right now. If I click, nothing is happening. We should be able to click it to actually, you know, close the nav menu. So I'm just going to duplicate this, and this time you're going to have an event listener on the nav menu close, and on click, instead of flex for the nav menu itself, is going to be displayed none, and the nav menu open button is going to be inline block, and the nav menu close button is going to be displayed none here. Okay, so now we should have that toggle. We can close, or we can open and close our nav menu. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. All right, so I think this is boring, and therefore we are going to go ahead and actually add, you know, some drop down effect to this. And yeah, so let's go ahead and actually do that, and that will be of course in the style CSS. And before I do that, I think I'll just add a little bit of padding to the to the top of each link. So sorry, a border. So I will do a border of 1 pixel solid, and I'll do color gray 700. Yeah, I'll just keep it. I'll do border top instead. Okay. Yeah, border top of that. If it looks too ugly, I'll just remove it afterwards. Or maybe I should comment that out for now. Okay. Or if you want, you can actually make this or change this into a gradient. Okay, so we can have a gradient, a linear gradient, and do color gray 800 and color gray 700 maybe. I just want it to look a little better than it looks right now. Yeah, that's actually perfect. All right, so now I think we can make this, animation happen. So basically what I want to do is to flip these to this normal look. Okay, so initially I want them to lay flat on the x-axis, and once we click to show them, then they will flip back to the normal look, as you can see here. Okay, and so right now they have an x-axis of 0 degrees, and so initially I want them to be 90 degrees, which will lay them flat on the x-axis. Okay, so here, that's for each link, I'll have a transform and rotate on the x-axis of 90 degrees. Okay, that will be an initial. Perfect. And actually I'll give them an opacity of 0 as well, or you can call it opacity, whatever you want. And I'll transform origin to the top. I want them to flip from the top. That's individual. Each individual, link is going to flip from its top. I hope that makes sense. And lastly, I'm going to have an animation or a keyframe. So let's have animation. I'm going to call this animation 1. And the duration is going to be 300 milliseconds. I'll say is and then forwards, right? And so let's have this animation right here, or this keyframe, sorry. So the keyframe, as you can see, I'm naming it animation 1. And in here, I'll say 2. A transform of rotate x 0 degrees. Okay. As I said, the opacity is going to be 1 here at the end of the animation as well. Okay, so if I should show you, this how I want it. Now for you to actually see clearly, I'm going to make this 3 seconds just so you say, well, okay. So I click, you can see they flip from the top. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. Now to make this look like a 3D effect, to make it a little bit 3D-ish, I'm going to go ahead and add a perspective to the parent of the elements we are trying to animate. Okay, so I'll add a perspective to the parent, which is the nav menu, and I think a perspective of 200 pixels should be perfect. And the perspective basically is how close your eyes are to the animation. I hope that makes sense. And so yeah, that's the effects we have so far. And so what I'm going to do is to actually make this 300 milliseconds. That's for the duration. And I'm going to go ahead and target each individual link and actually have some delays on them. Okay, so I'll target the first, actually I'll just target the second one. I'll add an animation delay of 300 milliseconds here. And so I'll just duplicate this a few more times. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth. Okay, so counting, we have the first, second, third, fourth, fifth, 6 elements. Okay, so there are 6 elements, and we have the first delay. The second delay is going to be 550 milliseconds. The next 750 milliseconds, you have 900 milliseconds. And lastly, we'll have 1050 milliseconds, right? So you can play around with these values to see what works best for you. But now, if I show this is the flip I want. So they start slowly and then they speed up while the other items drop. I hope that makes sense. So there's the effect I'm looking for. And that's the animation we just created. Okay, so that is basically all for the navbar on mobile devices. And so let's go on to actually have the remaining, remaining stuff. And here in the style.css, I think the footer is what we should target. So I'll target the footer container. And here the flex direction is going to be column. Okay, right here, if I save, we have it. And so I'll just have a gap of 5 rem here as well. Right, now I'll target the footer menu, and the flex direction here is going to be column as well, and the gap is going to be 1.5 rem. That's it. Now lastly, I'll target the footer socials, and the gap is only going to be 2 rem here. Yeah, perfect. So that's all for the footer section as well. And for now, we are done with the style.css file. Okay, so I'll go back into the index, and let me actually copy the comments here. I'll copy the media query comments, come back here in the index CSS file, and work on the remaining media queries here on the home page. So our media screen, and of course it's going to be the same width, so max width of 600 pixels and below. Let's target the section. So each section here should have a padding top of 7 rem and top and bottom of 7 rem, left and right of 0. Now let's get the hero section and give it a padding top of 8.5 rem. Okay, that's all I need. I'll get the hero content and give it a width of 100% here. All right, remove the S. Yep, perfect. So that's what we have. Now I'll get the hero images. I don't want these images to look like this here on mobile screen, so I'll get the hero images, and I'll say the grid templates column should be 1FR 1FR. I'll have a gap of 1 rem and a margin top of 3.5 rem. Okay, now I'm going to display some of the images to be none, and so let me target each hero image and give it a border radius of radius 5, right? And the width is going to be 100% and box shadow of none. Perfect. Now I'll target the first, third, and the fifth images. So let me get those. So hero image and child 1. We have the third one and the fifth one. So I'll target those and display them to be none. Okay, I need only 2 images here. Perfect. And so this is what we get. Okay, and I think this is actually cool, so we can move on to I think I should style this a little bit better. So that's the hero CTA, right? I'll give that a gap of 1 rem and a margin top of 1.5 rem. Okay, so that's what we get. Perfect. And I think that should be it for the hero section. Okay, now if you want, you can actually make this render on an actual mobile device just so you see it better. And I think this actually looks good on iPhone 12 Pro. Okay, so that's how it's going to look on iPhone 12 Pro. All right, let's continue and work on the about section here. So I'll get the about container, and here I'll change the grid template columns to be 1FR. So I save this, what we get. I'm going to reduce the gap to 3 rem, of course, and I'll get the about left, that's the image, and I'll give it a border radius of 3 rem here. Okay, now maybe I should remove the box shadow. Come on. Yep. And so you know what, I'll make these 2. Okay, yeah, since I removed the box shadow. And I think that should be it, really. That should be it for the about section. Let's move on to this section right here, which is our programs. Our programs, I'll just get the item straight up, and yeah, I want the weight to be 80%, and I'll say margin inline of auto just to center it. Wait a minute, what's going on? Come on, our programs item. Okay, so this is how I want it to look on mobile devices. Perfect. And that's all I need here. That's all I need to do here. Now let's move on to why choosers. So why us? So why us container? I'll change the grid templates columns here to be 1FR. Perfect. Now let's grab the items. So I think that's the why us, right? And the grid templates columns here is going to be 1FR as well. The gap, actually I don't need a gap here. I'll set the width to be 80% here as well, and of course margin inline for horizontal centering of auto. I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's looking good. So we can move on to the next, which is our process right here. Our process list, I'll target that and give it a grid template columns of 1FR here as well. Perfect. And I think that's it. I don't really need to do anything here again. Okay, I think that's enough. Now let's target the next section, which is the packages section, and I'll get the packages buttons, and the flex direction here is going to be column. Good. Now I'll get the packages table row, and display them to be flex, and the flex direction I want them to be column. Okay, for them to look good on mobile phones, right? It's a table, so it may be too big for a mobile view. Okay, now I'll just reduce the padding a little bit. I don't know if that's too big, but yeah, I just want to reduce the padding. So I'll get the packages. That's for the TD and the TH. Okay, so packages TD and packages TH. Come on. I'll set the padding to be 0.6 rem. Perfect. So this is how I want it. Actually, I'll make it 0.7 rem. Right? So this is how I want everything to look like. Now, since we set some media queries here in the Swiper.js config, you can see that we set the slides per view on big screens to be 3, but on small screens we are using only 1. Okay, that's why we have only 1 slide. Basically, that's why we have a responsive testimonial. I hope that makes sense. So that is it. And by the way, Swiper.js actually uses min width instead of max width. That's why the default is 1 here to make it look good on mobile phones, but on large devices we are making it 3, right? So basically that's all for the home page, guys. That's all for the home page. And I think what I need to do right now is to actually move on to the next page that we are going to work on, and that is going to be the about page. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the about page. So let's go into our about page. I'm going to close the index pages. That's index HTML and CSS, and maybe even close the main JS as well. So I'll enter the about as HTML and I'll open the CSS file as well. Now, you know what? Let me actually copy the navbar from the home page. Okay, so I'll copy from the nav all the way to the top. Everything in there I'll copy, then paste it in here. And remember, we need our footer too, so I'll scroll all the way down to get the footer right here. So I'll copy the footer as well. Perfect. No, copy, no cut. All right, so that's it. I'll just paste that here as well, and yeah, that's all I need. Of course, we should go ahead and close the body tag. Okay, and that's all. So now if I come back and refresh, we should have this. Okay, now the CSS isn't taking place because we have to adjust some, the path to the files. Okay, since we are in about folder, we have to go back up into the main driving school folder before we can get the style.css. Okay, so we are going back using 2 dots right here, and instead of the index, I'm going to get the about CSS file here. Okay, so I save and come back, and now this actually works. Now with the navbar, if I go ahead and start clicking the links, these shouldn't work, and that's because we have to link the files over here as well. So for the logo, for instance, we have to go back up into the main folder before we get the index file. So I'll do same for the home. And for the about, we don't have to go anywhere because we are in the about folder already. For the gallery, we have to go back up into the main folder, get the gallery folder, and then get the gallery.html file. Same for programs, same for frequently asked questions, same for contacts. Okay, so now if I save it and come back, we can go to about, we can go to gallery, which doesn't exist right now. We can go to programs, and as you can see, the pages exist, just that we don't have anything in them. Okay, so everything is working so far. Great. All right, so I think the next thing I need to do, or the last thing I need to link here, the last thing I need to link here is the script file. So that will be the main JS file. Okay, and I think that's all I need here to proceed with the about section. Right, and since we are here in the about, I think the active class should actually be on the about link. So now we have it. Okay, and I think that's it. So we should go ahead and work on this about page. Now right below the navbar, I'm going to have a header tag and give this a class of page __ header, and there's going to be a header that is going to be on all the other pages except for the index page, or except for the home page. Okay, so these styles, or the styles that we are going to have for this header, is actually going to be in the style.css. I hope that makes sense. And so in here, I'm going to have another div and give this another class of header content, or page header content, right? And in here I'll have an h2. This will say about us. Below that we'll have a paragraph tag, and let's just do lorem 25 or something like that. Okay, perfect. So now let's go ahead and actually style this. Let me show you what we have so far. If I should go ahead and refresh, nothing much, and that's because everything is hidden below the below the navbar. Okay, so let's go ahead and give this some styling, push it down and all that. All right, so I'll come up here right below the navbar and before the footer. I'll have our page header styles. So let me have a comment here. I'll get the page header give it a height of 15 rem, a background, and in this case it's going to be an image background. Okay, so I'm going to do URL and then go into my assets, and that'll be dot slash, since we are in the styles.css file. So let's enter, and we have header dot jpg. Okay, I'll say center cover. Right, let's display this to be grid, and I'll place items to the center, of course. A margin of 4 rem for the top and bottom, and a 0 for the left and right to push it down. Remember, the height of our navbar is 4 rem, so I'm just pushing it down to be right below the navbar, and I'll give this a position of relative. Okay, because I'll position something absolute in it, right? And that's something that I'm going to position is the before pseudo element. Okay, so let's target the page header again and get the before pseudo element. We are going to display that to be block. The width is going to be 100%. Same for the height. I'll give it a position of absolute, and from the top is going to be 0. Same for the left, and I'll say content should be an empty string. I'll give it a background. I'll give it a hex code of 030F1B. And lastly, I'll set opacity to be 0.75. So I save, and this is what we have. Okay, now the text isn't really visible, and so let's go ahead and actually get the page header content, which has the H2 and the P. And so I'll give it a width of 50%, a text align of center, and a Z index of 1 to put it at the top. Okay, so now you can say it's on top of the background. And lastly, let's change the text colors. So page header content, everything inside of it should have a color of white. You know what, I'll just make it pure white, whatever. And lastly, I'll grab the page header content H2 and say margin bottom of 0.7 rem to push it a little bit from the paragraph. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and yeah, and I think on small screens we should have a little bit of media query for this before we proceed. And so I'll scroll all the way down before the footer styles. I'm going to have some media queries for our page header. So I'll say page header here on small screens should have a height of 20 rem, and I'll get the page header content, and here the width is going to be container width MD. Okay, and that's what we need. Perfect. So that's it for the page header. Okay, so let's come back into our about HTML and continue with the about page. I'll have a section here and give it a class of about. I'll have my container class and about __ container class here as well. Now I'm going to have two direct divs inside of here. The first one is going to be about image, where it's just going to have an image. Okay, so let's have that. And to go into the assets, we need 2 dots. We go into the asset folder, and I need practical 10. That's the image I need. Okay, yeah, perfect. You can give it an alt, but I'll just leave it like this. Next to this div, I'm going to have another div about __ story, and that's just going to have an H2. We will say we go the extra mile. Okay, and now the extra mile is going to be inside a span, just because I want to give it a different text color. Okay, now the capitalization isn't really necessary here, because since it's a heading, remember all headings are uppercase. That's how I styled it in the style.css file, right? Now below this H2, I'm going to have a couple of paragraphs. The first one, I'll just do paragraph and then lorem 30. Below that, I'll have another paragraph and do lorem Yo, there's a mosquito here, man. What's going on? Yep. So yeah, I'll have lorem. Let's do about lorem 70. Yeah. Below that, I'll have another paragraph, lorem 45, and lastly, I'll have one more paragraph, lorem 28 or something like that. Okay, so we save, come back, and this is what we have. Okay, not too bad, I guess, but I think I'll have one more paragraph. I'll do lorem 50 for this one. Perfect. And that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually style this, and I'll come back to actually add more content to the about page. Okay, so here let's target the page header and actually change it. All right, so this is what we have, and so let's go ahead and actually style this. I am going to have, this on the side here, just so we see what is happening. And I'm going to target the page header. Okay, remember, as I said, this page header is going to be on all the other pages except for the home page, right? And we can overwrite the image that we use for each background for each of the pages. Okay, so for instance, here I can go ahead and actually change the background. So page header, I'll get the background, and URL, I'll go into the assets, and here I'll get the graduate 7, which is an image here. Okay, of course I'll do center, and then cover, which will basically help center the image like how I want it. Okay, so that's how I want it to be centered, right? So below that, let's grab the about container and display that to the grid. The grid template columns is going to be 1FR, 1FR, so 50-50. Below that, you have a gap of 8 rem. I'll have a padding of 3 rem for the top and bottom and 0 for the left and right. And I'll have a margin bottom of 5 rem. We save that, that's what we get. All right, now let's move on, and I'm going to grab the about image. I'll give it a height of 30 rem. Come on. Border radius of 7 rem. Overflow of heading and box shadow of 0, 1.5 rem. 0 color gray 100. All right, so yeah, this is what we get. Of course, I'm going to have a hover effect, so I should give it a transition as well, or the variable transition, right? And give about image hover effect. So on hover, box shadow should be none. So we have a cool hover effect here. Perfect. Now let's focus on this part with the text. That's the about right, or about story. That's the class we gave it. Okay, so about story, I'll grab the h2 and the span inside of it. Okay, so remember the h2 has a span which has these two words, extra mile. Okay, so let's get that in. The color for that text is going to be color primary. So we save, that's what we get. Now I'm going to target the paragraphs, so about story and then the p tags, and give them a margin top of 1 rem each. And I think that's it. Okay, I think that's not too bad for the about us. All right, now let's proceed and have, our instructors down here. Okay, we are going to have our instructors down here. So let's go back into the about us HTML file, and below our first section we are going to have another section here. I'll give this section a class of instructors. Right, you have our container class and instructors container, and we have an h2 that will say meet our instructors. Below that, you have a paragraph that will do lorem 10 maybe. and I'll have another list here with a class of instructors list, and we'll have LIs, of course. Now each LI, I'm actually going to give it a class of instructor. Okay, now for each instructor, we have the image of the instructor. Let's give that a class of instructor image. So let's have our image for the first. Of course, we should go into our assets and grab candidate 1, which is an image. Okay, and below the image you have the name of the instructor and the position. Okay, oh, you know what, maybe the team, this should be the team. Okay, so basically we have a team here and their positions. I hope that makes sense, but I'll just give it a class of instructors, right? Let's say they are all instructors, but they have different positions as well, right? Yeah, so we will just keep it like this. We have a few more instructors, so I'll just duplicate this and change the content. So this is going to be candidate 2, and the name of this person is going to be Jet Lee, and he'll be the manager, or he is the manager, right? So let's duplicate one more time, and this is going to be candidate 3. So I just, the name of this person is very good, Habiba, and she will just be an instructor. Okay, duplicate. You have instructor candidate 4. This will be enough names, and you have instructor 4. Duplicate candidate 5. Daniel, instructor. We have 2 more, I think. That'll be Joe Graham, candidate 6. Lastly, we have Diana I, and that's candidate 7. All right, so we save, come back to the project, and that's what we have. So these are our instructors. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually give this some styling. So back into the About CSS page, I'll just have a little bit space here. I'll get the instructors section class and give that a background. You know, we just want it to be a little bit separated from the top. Okay, so I'll just give it a background of the white background, so color gray 0, right? And I'll give it a pattern as well of 8 rem for the top and bottom, and 0 for the left and right. So this is what we get. Perfect. So let's go ahead and get the, I'll get the age 2 here and the paragraph, and then position them. Okay, wait a minute, what class did I even give that? Okay, I'll just grab them in. I'll get the age 2 and the paragraphs, and then text align them to the center. Okay, now let's grab the list, that's the instructors list, and give it a margin top to push it down from the paragraph here. I'll do 4 rem. I'll display that to be grid. The grid template columns is going to be repeat, auto fit, min max of 17 rem, and then 1 FR. So we save, that's what we get, and I'll have a gap of 5 rem between them. Okay, now let's grab each instructor and give it a background of color gray 0, a border radius of radius 6, an overflow of heading, text aligned to the center, box shadow of 0 for the x-axis, 1 rem for the y-axis, 0 for the blur, and I'll do color gray 100. I save, and that's what we get, right? Perfect. Now I'll have a hover effect, so let's give this a transition of the variable transition, and let's go ahead and have that hover effect. And as you know, the box shadow is just going to be none here, right? Now let's go ahead and target the image. So instructor image, let's give the image a height of 17 rem, overflow of heading, and a border radius of 3 rem. So we save this, and that's what we have. Okay, now I'm going to get the H4 and give it a margin of 1.5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and a 0.6 rem for the bottom. Right, so we have some space there, and I'll get the paragraph and give it a padding bottom of 2 rem. Right, so that's what we have for the instructors, and as you can see, we have a cool hover effect. Now for the hover effect, you know what, I'm actually going to make it right here. So I'll just copy this box shadow, paste it here, and I'll make this negative y. Okay, I'll make the y negative, so when we hover, the shadow should be at the top right here, just like this, which I think is cooler than having no box shadow at all. I hope that makes sense. So we are basically done with the about page. Of course, we should go ahead and make this actually look good on mobile devices, and that's what I am going to do right now. So I'll just go ahead and have some media queries. So at media screen and max width, oh come on, of 600 pixels and below, we should have the about container to have a great template columns of 1fr. So we save this, what we get. Let's have a gap of 2 rem. So we are just reducing the gap here, right? Now I'll get the about image, and the border radius here is going to be radius 6. There we have it. And I'll actually set the box. Wait a minute, why is the box shadow not showing? Okay, so here I'll hide the box shadow, so I'll set it to be none. And below this, I'm going to get the instructor list or instructors list and give it a gap of 2.4 rem, a width of 80%, and a margin inline of auto, so horizontal alignment like this. Okay, so this is what we have for the instructors. All right, so that is it for this about page. That is all for the about page. Of course, we should have the nav toggle here as well working perfectly, and as you can see, we are on the about page, and that is why we have the link for the about page highlighted. Okay, so let's move on to the next page, which should be the gallery page. So let's go into our gallery file. So we enter the gallery folder, and we have gallery HTML and then gallery CSS. Right, and you know what, I'll just open the about again, that's the HTML, and then copy from the nav. I'll copy everything and then paste it in the gallery HTML. And of course we need our footer, so I'll come back and I'll copy everything from the footer as well, all the way to the ending body tag, right, and then paste it down here. Perfect. All right, and of course we are currently in the gallery, so here I'm going to remove it, and here we have to go into the about and then get the about HTML, right? Now in this case, this is going to be the active class, that's the gallery. It's going to be the active class. So we save that, come back to our project, and I'm going to refresh this. And yeah, we should have everything working as it should. Perfect. So of course, we are going to have that header, which has the background image. So let's have that with a class of page header. You have a div page header content, and it's going to have an h2 that's going to say our gallery. Below that you have a paragraph. Let's do lorem 7. Okay, and that's it, right? So I'll come back. Of course, we should link the CSS file for the gallery as well. So gallery CSS. So let's check, and this is what we have. Now for this one, I'll just leave the image that we have as the default, okay, for the page header. Now here, I'm going to use a library called Mix It Up, okay. So let's search for Mix It Up, and we are going to use this, GitHub, okay. Now if you scroll down, you are going to see that we have building the container and then some buttons down here, building the controls, right? So these are the two things we are going to need here. You can just go ahead and copy this. That's the buttons, okay. These are the controls that we need, so you can copy that, come back to your gallery HTML right below the header, okay, right below the page header. Let's have our gallery, right? So let's have a section here with a class of gallery, and we'll have our container div and gallery container class with it as well. And the buttons that we just copied are going to be inside this menu tag. So I'm going to give this a class of gallery filters and then paste the buttons that we just copied from the Mix It Up GitHub account. Okay, come on. Right, so these are the buttons that we need for this to work. And if you pay attention, you can see each button has this data filter, okay. It's basically a class that's going to help you filter the different elements that you are going to that you are trying to filter, okay. Now I'm going to go ahead and change these classes. The first one is going to be graduates, plural. For the first button, I'll leave it at all, okay. You know what, yeah, it should be like this. For the first button, it will be all, but the second one will be graduates, and make sure you have the dots in front of them, okay, with the exception of the first one, which is the all. The next one is going to be practicals, so practical driving sessions, and the last one is going to be theories, okay. Now for the type, I'll just remove that, you don't need it. And below the menu, we are going to have an added list with a class of gallery images, and that's why we are going to have the images that we are trying to filter, okay. So for each image, let's just see, I'll just remove this li for now and come back here. Now you can see for each image we are going to need a class of mix and then the category we want to put it, okay. So that's basically what we are going to do, right? So I'll have the li and I'll have that class of mix, and for this first one I'm going to give it, so basically whenever we click on this button, this is what we want to show. Now as you can see here, they have orders, okay. So you can order the list of the items that you are filtering, okay. So data order 1, 2, 3, and it goes on like that. So I'm going to have that in here as well, and this first element is going to have the data order of 1, right? So in here we are going to have our image. So I'll have my image tag, I'll go into my assets and I'll grab my first graduate image, okay. You can give it an alt if you want, but that's enough. Now I'll move on by duplicating this li. The next one is going to be a theories. So once we click on this theories button, this should show, and so the order is going to be 2, and this will be the theory 1 image. I'll have another one, and this will be for theories as well, and that will be the third. So theory 2, I'll duplicate this, and that will be for practicals, and that will be the fourth image in the gallery, and that will be practicals 1. Duplicate again. You have theories, and this will be the fifth element, and that will be theories 3, I think. Yeah, theories 3. That's the third image for the theory, right? I'll duplicate that, and this will be practicals, which will be the sixth image. So that will be practical 2, since it's the second practical element. I hope that makes sense. You know what? I'll just go ahead and finish this up. So yeah, that's what we have. Okay, you can go ahead and type this out, and let me actually format this well. All right, so this is what we have. Okay, and this is what we have. Go ahead and type it out if you want, and that's it. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually style this in the gallery. This should be pretty simple. Let's get the gallery section, and by the way, let's see what we have so far. That's what we have in the gallery. Okay, and I think we can even go ahead and click. Of course, we should bring in the CDN. Okay, so wait a minute. We should bring in the CDN, guys. So go ahead and copy the link right here. You can see they have this script. Go ahead and copy it. So I'll just go ahead, copy that, come back to my project, and before the main JS, I'll paste that. Okay, and what else do we need? Of course, we should instantiate the class right here. So I'll copy this as well, or if you want, you can just click this and it will be copied. Okay, so once you have that, come back, and then below the CDN you have that. Okay, so you can just have a script and then paste that in. Okay, now looking at this, you can see that they have the container element here, which we don't have in here. Okay, so we have to bring in the container element and then make sure we have that in here instead. And the targets, basically the elements that we are filtering to, we should have that in here as well. And looking at this, you can see that each element that we are filtering has that mixed class. Okay, so each of these LIs have the mixed class, so that is what we want to have in there. And then this is the container that we want to put in there as well. So I'll just make this bigger one more time, and in here the target is the mix that we want, and the container element, we should bring that in. So the container element is going to be document.query selector, and we gave it a class of gallery images. And of course, there's not the CDN, my bad. So let's go ahead and actually grab the CDN. So I'll go back, and you can see there's this CDN JS here. You can go back and copy the script, come back. The script just has the CDN. Okay, so come back, paste it, and you should be good to go. Okay, so when we come back to our project and refresh, now we should be able to actually filter the elements. Okay, now Of course, we have to go ahead and style it. So let's go ahead and do that, and you will see how good this actually looks. So let's go ahead and give this some styling. So let's get the gallery section and give it a margin of 5 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Right, now let's get the container and display that to be flex, a flex direction column, and I'll have a gap of 3 rem. Okay, so that basically, wait a minute, flex direction column. So that basically separates the header from, the filters from the container. I hope that makes sense. Right, now let's get the filters. So gallery filters, which has the buttons. I'll display them to be flex, align items to the center, justify content to the center as well, and I'll have a gap of 1 rem between them. I'll get the gallery filters button, the background color gray 0, the padding of 1.5 rem for the top and bottom, 2 for the left and right, the text color gray 900, a border radius of radius 3, and box shadow of 0.7 rem, 0 color gray 100. Perfect. So those are the buttons. Now the first one, which is the all, should have an active class, okay, because by default all the elements will be showing, so we should give this a class of active. Right, you know what, that should actually be a class specific to mix it up. Okay, so I'll just target that class, that's mix it up control active. Right, and I'm going to give it a background of color primary, and a text color of color gray 0. Right, now this has to be more specific, so I'll just grab this and then paste it here. Right, so the all is the active class. I hope that makes sense. Now let's proceed and get the images, but before I even do that, I'm going to have a hover effect. So gallery filters button hover, and on hover I want the box shadow to be none. Right, now let's get the gallery images, and I'll display them to be grid. A grid template columns is going to be repeat, auto fit, min max 18 rem, 1 fr. Perfect. We should have some space between them, of course, so a gap of 2 rem should be good. Nice. Now let's grab each image. So gallery images, and then the li, I'll set a border radius of radius, come on, 5, which is 2 rem, and of course overflow of heading. All right, so now this should look more beautiful. Okay, this is how we filter our images. All right, of course we should go ahead and actually make this responsive on mobile phones. Right now, if I show you, this is how they are going to look, especially the buttons here. I want them to be different. I want them to be aligned differently. Okay, so on mobile phones or on small screens, that's media screen and max width of 600 pixels and below. The gallery images, first of all, should have a gap of 1 rem. Okay, perfect. And the gallery filters should have a display of grid here, and the grid template columns is going to be 1FR, 1FR. Okay, now I want the gap to be 1.5 rem, 1 rem. All right, so this is how it looks. Of course, the drop down here should be working perfectly, and everything should be working. Perfect. So that is all for the gallery page. Okay, that is all for the gallery page. We should move on to the next page, which I think is going to be, the programs. But you know what, guys? The programs page is going to be the last page that I work on, right? So let's move on to the frequently asked questions page. So let's go into our frequently asked questions section right here. And I'm just going to copy the navbar. Paste it. I'll copy the footer too from the gallery page, and I'll paste that as well down here. Of course, we should have the closing body tag, and we should have the script main.js as well. So let's go into the main.js file here. Perfect. Now, of course, here, what do we need to do? The gallery. We should go into the gallery folder to get the gallery HTML, right? And this time, this is not going to be the active, but rather the frequently asked questions. And so we are in the frequently asked questions folder already, and this is how it should be, right? So if I should refresh this, of course the gallery here should be frequently asked questions CSS, right? So if I refresh, everything should be looking good, and the frequently asked questions should be the active link. Perfect. All right, now I'm going to view this on a bigger screen, and let's go ahead and work on this real quick. So right below the nav, of course, we are going to have that header, okay, that page header. So let's have a header with a class of page header. You have page header content, the h2 frequently asked questions, and below that we have a paragraph, and I'll just do lorem 15. Okay, yeah, that should be it. Perfect. Now I'll go ahead and open the CSS for the frequently asked questions, and here I'll just change the image for the page header. So I'll get a page header, and the background is going to be URL. I'll go into my assets and grab practical 1 as my image. Okay, I'll do center, and then cover, and that should be it. Now wait a minute. Yeah, perfect. So now let's go ahead and have the actual frequently asked questions, okay, and that is going to be in a menu tag. So right below the header, so I have a menu with a class of container, and actually I'll give this another class of FAQs. Okay, now each frequently asked question is going to be inside an article tag with a class of FAQ, and in here we are going to have a div with a class of FAQ _ head, and in there we'll have the question inside an h5. So that's our first question. And the next thing we are going to have here is an icon. So let's go back into icon scout and then get a down arrow, right, and then paste it in here. So that's for the div. Now the answer to the question is going to be inside a paragraph, and this is going to be the answer. Right, so that's the first FAQ. I'll duplicate this to have the second one. So I'll need a question. So the second question is it compulsory that I go to DVLA for the test? Now the reason why I didn't really care about this is because the whole H5 is going to be all uppercase anyway, so it doesn't really matter, right? Now the answer to this is going to be in the paragraph, and you will say yes, it is only DVLA that can issue a valid driving license for students or for student drivers. Therefore, the theory and practical tests are compulsory. So these are the two frequently asked questions, and of course there is plenty that I am going to type out, so I'll just do that, and then you know what, I'll just paste it. So these are the frequently asked questions and their answers, right? So if I should get back to the browser, this is what we should have. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually style this, and we'll make it work using JavaScript. Right, so let's come back to the CSS, give this some styling. So I'll get the FAQs and I'll display this to be flex. The flex direction is going to be column, a gap of 1 rem, a width of 50 viewport width, and a margin bottom of 7 rem. Okay, so this is what we have. Now I'll grab the frequently asked question, that's the article, and give it a background of color gray 0. I'll give it a width of 100%. I'll give it a cursor of pointer to make it look clickable. Okay, we are going to have a toggle, so we want it to look clickable. I'll align self to be flex start, and border radius of, I'll do radius 3, and I'll give it a transition of the variable transition. Okay, so that's what we have. Now let's target the FAQ head, which has the question and the icon. Okay, we are going to display flex here and align items to the center, justify content to be spaced between, and give it a padding of 1 rem for the top and bottom, 2 for the left and right. Perfect. I'll get the icon and make it a little bit bigger. So FAQ head, and the I font size, I'll give it 1.6 rem. Right, now let's get the answer to the question. So FAQP, I'll give it a padding of 1 rem, 2 rem, border top of 2 pixels solid, color gray 50, and initially, so this is what we have so far, right? But initially we will display it to be none. Initially we don't want the answer to the questions to be showing. Actually, you know what, I'm going to go back to the frequently asked questions, and after the last frequently asked question, okay, after the last article, I'm going to have a link, okay, and that link, in case they want, or anyone who visits the website has more questions to ask, he or she can just click this link and message you or send you an email, right? So we are going to have a link, and the href is going to be mail to, and you can have your email here. Okay, so your email at gmail.com. right? I want this to look like a button, so I'll give it that btn class and a class of primary. And also I want it to open in a new tab, so I'll give it a target of underscore blank. Okay, and in here I'll say have more questions, ask us directly. So if I save, come back, we should have that down here. Okay, right, now let's continue in the CSS. And in here I'm going to use a class to actually toggle the answer to each of these questions, right? And that class is going to be the show class, which will be put on the article tag, which is the FAQ class, right? So with that, I'll give that a background of color primary and a text color of color gray 0. Now the question, when it's open, right, the question is going to have the same color, so color gray 0. And the paragraph is going to be displayed block. And lastly, I want to put this in the middle, that's the link. So I'll align self to the center and have a margin top of 2 rem to push it down a little bit. So that's what we have. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and actually be able to toggle these frequently asked questions. Okay, and that's going to be in here right after the footer, and before the main JS I'm going to have a script, and it's going to be very, very simple. I'll just get all the articles with the class of FAQ, and I'll do something with it. So let's grab all of them. I'll call them FAQs and document dot query selector all. Okay, because we are selecting more than one element, and we want every element with the FAQ class, right? And once we have that, I want to loop through them with for each. So I'll say for each, I'll remove this array here. So for each FAQ, I'll get that FAQ and add an event listener. And that's going to be a click event. And once we click, I just want to toggle the show class. So FAQ dot class list dot toggle the show class. Of course, this is FAQs. Okay, this is what we are getting, and yeah, perfect. So if I click, we should be able to see the answer to that question, right? So we can click any question we want and we will see the answer. Of course, we can click to actually hide it as well, right? So our toggle for the frequently asked questions are working. Okay, now once I click, I want the the icon to actually look the opposite way. Okay, I want it to look up, right? If you want, of course, you can use CSS to actually rotate it and all that, but I'll just change the icon, okay, to be the up icon. So right here, once we toggle it, I'll check if FAQ, that's the article we are clicking on, if the class list contains the show class. If so, then we know that it is already showing. Therefore, we want the frequently asked question query selector. We are going to select the icon inside that frequently asked question and give that a class name of, so I'll just come up here and copy the icon here. That's the class of the icon here. I'll just copy that, and that's the class name I want. Okay, but instead of the down, it's going to look up. I hope that makes sense. So let's come back and try this. I click, you can see it is looking up. I click again, and now it's still looking up. So I'll just say else we want it to look up. So the else here is going to say they should look down again. I hope that makes sense. So now they should work perfectly, right? Everything is working exactly as expected. All right, so that is it for the frequently asked questions page. I think maybe we need some media query. Let's see what happens if we build this on. Yeah, so we need some media queries. So let's get back to the FAQs CSS and have some media query. Okay, so media screen and max width of 600 pixels and below should have a FAQs width of the container width MD, and the margin is going to be 4 rem for the top and then auto 4 rem for the top and bottom, and then auto for the left and right. So that is it, guys. That is it for the frequently asked questions. All right, so let's move on to the contact page. Wait a minute. Yeah, I'll just go into the contact HTML and now open the CSS as well. And of course, I'm going to copy the navbar from, let me just copy the footer first, since we are down here. Copy the footer, come back, paste it, go ahead and copy the navbar, right? Copy everything to the top, paste that up top, and of course I should have the closing body tag and the script. Okay, that's the main JS. So we go into the main JS, right? Perfect. Now of course I need to make some changes here. We are in the contact, so I'll remove this, and here we'll go into frequently asked questions and get the HTML file. The contact now is the active class, so I'll paste that in here, and that's it. Okay, that is it. So if I refresh, we should be able to have our contact. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and actually work on this quickly. We are going to have our page header, of course. So just our header with a class of page __ header. You have page header content, our h2 contact us. Below that you have a paragraph, and we will say you are just a click away from getting in touch, or we will say starting your driving lessons. Yeah, start now, or let's say to get started today, right? And yeah, that's it, guys. Now I'll close the frequently asked question HTML, of course, and here I'll just change the image for the contacts. Okay, now let's see what we have so far. There's it. So I'll just change in the background. So page header background is going to be URL. Let's go into our assets, and I'll grab the practical 2. That's the image I want for this. Okay, now of course we need center cover, and of course our semicolon. We save, refresh, and wait a minute, is that the same image? I'm not sure, but yeah, let me see what is going on. Page header. Oh, of course we have to change this to be the contact. Okay, so we have to get the contact CSS, right? And I'll change this back to practical 2. That's the image I want. Okay, so let's go ahead and have, some buttons in here, or some links actually, that our users or visitors can click to message us directly on WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, and email. Okay, and we'll have some more information about our branches, and lastly we'll have our Google map. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's have a section with a class of contacts, plural, and I'll have our general container class and contacts container class here as well. Now in here we are going to have a menu with a class of contacts list, and in here we are going to have some links. Now the first link is going to open email, okay, so that once the user opens the email, our email address is going to be populated. So they can just type out the subject and the message body and just hit send. Okay, they don't have to copy your email address and all that, right? So I'll say mail to, I'll have a colon, and you have your email address. Okay, so I'll say your email at gmail.com or whatever mail service you are using. So once they click this link, that should open their email, and your email address right here is going to be populated. I hope that makes sense. Now let's give this a class of contact item, and between the opening and closing tag of the link, we are going to have an icon. Okay, and it will only make sense if we have a mail icon. So I'll search mail, or let's say envelope. Yeah, and I'll just copy this, paste it in there. Perfect. So that's our first link. We will need 2 more links, so I'll just duplicate this twice. The second link is Facebook Messenger. So for this as well, they can just click and they can directly message you in Facebook Messenger. Okay, so a chat is going to be opened, and you can receive messages once they send any through Facebook Messenger. So the href here is going to be http m.me/your Facebook handle, right? So in my case, Ernest Achiever. By the way, I don't have any Facebook handle, just something to put here, but basically this should be your handle, right? Whatever your Facebook handle is, you just paste it here, and that's it. And in here it will only make sense if we have Facebook Messenger icon. So I'll just copy this, come back, and then paste it as the icon here. And you know what, I'm going to have target blank for each, so that this opens in a new tab, right? The last one too, I'll have a target of blank, which is going to be for WhatsApp. Okay, so for the WhatsApp, let me get the icon first. So I just grab this, come back and paste it. And for the href here, this is very simple as well. This will be https wa.me/ and then your number. Okay, starting with your country code, and my number here is +233, which is my country code, and then the rest of the number. Okay, now hopefully you guys don't spam me. Right, so that's my number right there, and that's it. Okay, so that is it for the menu here. Now we can go ahead and add some more things, but I think we can start this, come back, and then add the rest of the things that we need. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. So the menu has a class of contact list. Let's grab that and give it a weight of its content, display flex, a gap of 3 rem, and margin inline of auto. Right, so we come back, this is what we have. Okay, now let's target each item, and I think we gave that a class of margin contact item. Right, each link has a class of contact item right here. Okay, let me actually make sure. So let's give those a background of color. Primary, text color of color gray 0. Oh man, yeah, color gray 0, font size of 1.7 rem, width 5 rem. I'll do aspect ratio of 1:1, making the height 5 rem as well. Border radius of radius 3, and I'll display grid and place items to the center. So we save this, and this is what we have. Once they click this, WhatsApp on their device should be open. Okay, so just like this, WhatsApp should, okay, it's actually installed here, but I do not have an account, so yeah, that's it. I haven't signed in. Okay, basically, so it will automatically be open. They can directly just message or send a message, like they will be landed in the chat section. Okay, so they can directly just send a message, and you'll be able to receive that message in WhatsApp. Same with Facebook Messenger as well. Once they click it, they can just enter a message. They will be in the chat system to be able to input a message, and once they hit send, you will receive that message in Facebook Messenger. Same with this email as well. Right, I don't have any of these set up, that is why, but if your visitors have them set up, you can be able to receive messages via these links. All right, so let's go on and actually continue with the rest of the page. And that will be below the menu. Right, we are still inside the contact section. So below the menu, we are going to have our address or our branches. So here I'm going to have a div with a class of address. Okay, now I'll have an article inside of that with a class of address details, and I'll have an h4 that will say our branches. Below that, I'll have an h2 that will say pay as a visit. Below the h2, I'm going to have an added list, and we have our list items. Now in here we will have a paragraph, and that will have the location. So I'll say Accra Central Business Office. Right, below that we'll have some more details or some more direction to the location. So I'll have a small tag, and in brackets I'll have perfect. So that's for the first LI. Now we are going to have some more branches. So basically this is a branch for our school. Okay, this is one of our schools basically. So I'm going to paste the rest. I'll just paste what I have here, and you can see they are just LIs with paragraphs and small tags with some more details about the different branches and how to locate them. I hope that makes sense. All right, now below the article, I'm going to have a Google map. Okay, and to be able to achieve this, let's go to I'll just close this Google, sorry, mix it up, and I'll close this Swiper.js as well. So let's search Google Maps and just click the first link you see. If your map is already on Google, you can just go ahead and search it. I'll just search this, for instance. This is just a fictional school or driving school that we are creating, so we don't have any Google Maps here. So just click share, and click embed a map, okay, and then copy the HTML. So once you copy that, come back and then paste that right here below the article tag that we have. Okay, so below the address details, I'll just paste that. Okay, so we save, come back to our project, and yeah, that's what we have. So as you can see, we actually have a map in our website. All right, so let's go ahead and actually add some more styling to this, and that would be, of course, in our CSS. I want to have a hover effect for these links before we proceed. So let's just grab our contact item. Come on, it's a class. And on hover, I want the background to be color gray 900. All right, so let's move on to the address and give it a margin of 6 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. I'll grab the address details, text align that to the center. I'll grab the address details h4, margin of 3 rem, 0, 1 rem. So for the top 3 rem, for the left and right 0, and for the bottom 1 rem, right? I'll give it a color of color primary. Okay, so we have that. Now let's get the address details h2 and give it a margin bottom of 1 rem here as well. Right, now we are going to grab the unadded list. So address details ul, display flex direction of column, and a gap of 1 rem. Okay, so that's it. And lastly, we need to style this frame which holds the Google map. Okay, now remember, there's inside a tag called iframe, and that's what we are going to target. That's iframe. And then we'll give it a margin top of 4 rem to push it down a little bit. As you can see, we'll give it a height of 50 rem and a width of 100%. So now we have a beautiful Google map here on our website. Okay, and I think everything is looking great so far, but let's see how this actually looks on mobile devices. Not too bad, I guess, but I'll just have a little bit of change here. So I'll say at media screen and max width of 600 pixels. The contact list here, I want that to have a margin top of 5 rem maybe, and also have a gap of just 1.5 rem between them. Okay, yeah, that looks better now. Or maybe 2 rem, I'm not sure. Maybe I'll do just 1.8 rem. Okay, so that is it for the contact page as well. That is it for the contact page. It is the frequently asked questions page. Everything is looking amazing. Of course, the programs page is the page we are going to work on next. There's the gallery page. Everything is looking great and working great as well. We have the about page. Everything looking phenomenal. We have the home page as well. Okay, so let's move on to the next page, which is the programs page. So let's go into, I'm going to close the contact CSS, of course, and I'll head on into the programs.html file. I'll open the program CSS file as well. So let's go into our HTML file. Of course, I'm going to grab everything in the nav of our contact. So I'll copy everything from the nav upwards and then paste it inside of the program's HTML. We need the footer too. So I'll come down here, copy the footer, and then paste it inside our programs HTML as well. Okay, so of course we have the script here to the main.js, and right here we are on the programs page, so I'm going to remove this, right? And this should be the active class, so I'll just cut this as well and then paste it on the programs link. And let's see, I think that's it, right? Okay, we should go into the contact and get the contact HTML, right? Okay, of course we should link the program CSS file here as well. Okay, so we save this, come back to our project and refresh, and we should have this, right? So let's go on and have our page header. So I have a section here. Actually, I'll have a header here with a page header class. We have our page header content and our h2, that will say programs, or you can say our programs, right? Below that you have some lorem text. Let's do lorem 12. That should be enough, and that's it. Okay, so let's come here in the CSS and grab the page header. I'll just change the background image. That will be URL. We'll go into our assets and grab the graduate 1, center cover. So we save this, come back, and we should have this. Perfect. All right, so let's go on and actually have some more things in the, I'm going to close the contact. So back here below the page header, we are going to have, you know, some cards that we can actually click on to toggle the different programs details that we have. Okay, so each program is going to have some more details, but first let's have some cards here that we can click on to actually show the different details that relates to each program that we have. So let's have a section here with a class of programs. You can call it programs filter or whatever really makes sense to you, but programs is okay. Let's have our programs container here as well. That's a direct child, and we are going to have this in a menu. Now let's give this a programs menu class here as well. Okay, so we will have a button and give it a class of program singular, and each button is actually going to have a separate or a different class which is going to be specific to that button, right? Now, and this is going to be the active class by default, so I'll give it an active class so that we can style that separately or differently to make it stand out. And in the button we are going to have a div with a class of program image, and so you have our image here. Let's go into our assets and get graduate 7 as the image here. You can have an alt if you want, but below the image div we are going to have program info, which will have an h4, let's say regular learning or regular lessons, whatever you want to put here. We have a paragraph and we will do lorem 10, and below that we have a small tag that will say click to learn more. Okay, and that's it for one button. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and actually duplicate this 3 more times, and so for the second one that will be express. So this is going to be express lesson, and it's not going to be active, of course, and the image here is going to be graduate. Come on, graduate 1. We'll have express learning, or you can do express lessons, whatever makes sense to you. We will say click as well here, and that's it for that one too. Now the third one is going to be polishing. So that's it. Now the image here, I'm going to do practical 1, or practical, so come on, practical one, yeah. And here we will say polishing, and yeah, that's it. Now the last one here is going to have the image theory 5, and this will say license, and I think that's it. Really, I think that's it. Now of course the class here is going to change. This will say license, and that's it. Okay, so if we save this and then come back to the project, let's see what we have. Okay, so we have the images and all that. Okay, right, now let's go ahead and actually style this and make it look more pleasing, and then we'll actually come back to the HTML to have some more content. Okay, so let's go into our CSS. Let's go ahead and grab the menu straight up. So programs __ menu, and we are going to display that to be grid. You'll do grid template columns of repeat, auto fit, min max of 14 rem and 1 fr. We need a gap of about 1.5 rem between them. Yep, that's it. Now let's target each program. So the program class, give it a background of color gray. Come on, color gray 0, which is the whitish color. Give it a display of flex, and let's text align to the left. Okay, and also color, let's give it a color of color gray 700. I'll give it a border radius of big radius 4, and lastly I'll say overflow should be hidden. All right, so we save, and that's what we have so far. Cool. Now let's target the image, but before I do that, I want to have some stuff for the active class. Okay, so the program with the active class should have a background of color gray 900, and I'll give it a box shadow of 0.7 rem, 0 for the blur, and I'll do color primary for the shadow color. Okay, now the text isn't visible, so I'll have to get the, when we say color should be white, for instance, the H5 isn't going to be white, or is it an H4? Yeah, the H4 isn't going to change because we have to target that separately. So to make things easy, I'll just grab the program active and target everything. Okay, and say the color should be color gray 0. Now let's grab the program image and set height to 100% and width to 12 rem. Okay, that's cool. Now let's move on and grab the program info and say pattern should be 1 rem. Perfect. And you know what, maybe I should target the program section itself and then give it a margin of about 4 rem for the top and bottom, and then 0 for the left and right. Okay, that gives it some space, right? Now let's target the H4 inside of the program info and give it a text color of color primary to make it stand out a little bit. And also I'll target the paragraph, so program info, the P tag, and I'll say font size should be 0.85 rem to make it a little bit smaller. Let's give it a margin of 0.8 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 1.3 for the bottom. All right, so that's what we have so far. Now let's target the small tag and change the color for that. So the small tag inside the program info, I'll give that a display of block, font size of 0.7 rem, the color, that's a text color of color primary, and I'll transition. So I'll give it that variable transition, and yeah, that's what I want. Okay, I don't know if the active H4 should have a different, should have the same color, but now I want to have a little bit of hover effect when we hover on the card. Okay, so on hover of the card, I want to change the letter spacing of the small tag. Okay, so I'll target the program itself and put a hover effect on that, and on hover I want to say letter spacing for the small tag should be 2 pixels, right? That's why I put a transition on that to make it smooth. So when we hover, we have this cool letter spacing for the small tags, right? Perfect. So now let's actually go on to work or to add the rest of the the actual details for each of the cards that we have here. So let's go back into our program or programs HTML file and continue with the content here. Now below this section, we are going to, that's the card section. Below that, we are going to have the actual details for each card, right? And so by default, since the first card is the is the regular learning, we are going to have the details for that. Okay, but later on, once we are done with the styling for the details, we are going to have the actual functionality to be able to click each of these cards to actually show the details for each of them, including the pricing and all that. Okay, so let's have a section here and give this program details class. Come on. Below that, we'll have our container and program. Oh, this should actually be, I'll make this singular. Okay, program detail, right? You can make it plural if you want. And in here, we are going to have a left and a right side. Okay, so I'll have a div here with a class of program. This should be program detail container. Okay, so here for the left side, I'll give it a class of program detail left, and I'll duplicate this for the right side as well, which will be program detail right. Perfect. So let's work on the left side. Here we'll have an H2, now say regular package, or if you want, you can keep it at the regular learning. We are going to have a paragraph, and let's just do lorem for the content of that. We will have a div below that, which is going to have 2 images. So I will say program detail images, and I'll have the images inside another div. So let's go into our assets, and I'll grab the graduate 3 image here. I'll duplicate this div and the image, and I'll grab a different image for this one. I'll do practicals 8. Okay, so those are the images. Now below the images, I'm going to have an H4, and I'll say included in weekday streams. Below the H4, I'll have a paragraph. I'll do lorem 20. Maybe that's too much. Maybe lorem 15 or 16, something like that. And below the paragraph, I'm going to have a couple of article tags. Now each article is going to have an H5, which is going to have a little subheading, and we have a paragraph here, and I'll do lorem here as well. And I'll just go ahead and duplicate this article about 3 more times. And so the second one will be this right here. Okay, so the first one was theory lessons, right? The second one is going to be practical lessons. The third one is going to be, actually, you know what? I'm going to remove these 2 last cards, right? And I'll duplicate these two cards, including the H4 up here and the paragraph. Okay, so I'll duplicate this. Okay, so I have the same duplicate that I have up here, down here as well. And so for this H4 is going to be the weekend streams. Okay, so for the weekend streams, we are just going to have a little bit of explanation to what the weekend stream holds, and then we'll have some more details for the theory lessons and the practical lessons. I hope that makes sense. So we are basically done with the left side of the program details. Now, the last thing I want to have before the closing div for the left program detail is to have a link. Okay, that is going to take anyone who wants to contact us directly from here to the contact page. So let's go into the contact HTML page from here, and we will just say get started now. Right, I hope that makes sense. All right, let's actually make this a button by giving it the btn and the primary class. So that's it for the left side of the program detail. Now let's enter the right side of the program detail, where we are going to have the pricing for each package. Okay, so, and if you want, you can actually change this to be a menu tag. Okay, but I'll keep it a div and have an article tag in here with an H4 that will say regular without license. And below that, I'm going to have a div that will have an H2 with the price, and this will be 1,990 cedis. So that's for the H2. Below that, we'll have a paragraph that will say for non-students. Perfect. So for the actual students price for this, I'll duplicate, and this will be for the students. That will be 1,840 cedis, and that will be for students. Okay, so that's for the first article. I'm going to duplicate this 2 more times, 1, 2, and for the second one, that's this, that will be the regular with license. Okay, so regular with standard license, and the price for that is going to be 2,650 cedis, and that will be for non-students, and for students that will be 2,500 cedis. Right, now the last article is going to have regular with premium license. Premium license, the price for this is going to be 2,900, and that's for non-students, right? And for students, that's going to be 2,750 cedis. Okay, and below this div, I'm going to have a paragraph that will say license will be ready 2 weeks after completion. Okay, so that is all for the details for a regular package. I hope that makes sense. That is all for the details for a regular package. So let's go ahead and give this some styling. And one good thing is the classes and the styling or the structure that we have for this is going to apply for the rest of the cards. Okay, so these cards are going to have the same structure and styling that we are going to give to the regular, learning. I hope that makes sense, or the regular package. So let's go ahead and actually give this the styling it needs for it to look good. Program detail, give it a margin bottom of about 6 rem. Cool. Now let's go on, and that's just to push it a little bit from the footer. Okay, come on. Yeah, perfect. So let's grab the container, okay, that has the left and the right, as children. So let's get that and display that to be great. So program detail container, we are going to display that to be great with template columns of 3 FR for the left side and 1 FR for the right side. So we save, and this is how it looks so far. Perfect. So let's move on and have a gap of about 3 rem between them. And I'm actually going to have an animation for this, okay, and that will help us when we start clicking. I'll do 2 seconds is forwards. Perfect. So I'm going to have the keyframe for the animation, and for the start, which is 0%, it's going to have an opacity of 0, and at the end of the animation is going to be 1. So that's all for the animation, right? And so let's move on and get the left side. So program detail left, I'll get the direct paragraph tag inside of that, which is this, right? In this paragraph tag, I'll get that and give it a margin of 0.5 rem for the top, 0 for the left and right, and then 2 for the bottom. Okay, so that's what we have. Now I'll grab the images div, so program detail and then images div. I'll get that and display that to be grid. Come on, display, man. It will be grid. The grid template columns will be 1 FR 1 FR. I'll have a gap of 2 rem between the images and a margin bottom of about 3 rem. So we save and we have that. Now let's target the individual images. Okay, so remember they are inside a div. Yeah, they are inside a div. So I'll get that div and give it a border radius of 3 rem, not a variable, just 3 rem, and I'll set overflow to be hidden, of course. Now let's move on and grab the articles. So program details, and that's the left and the article. I'll give them a background of color gray 0, a border radius of the radius 4. I'll give them a pattern of about 2 rem, which, yeah, 2 rem should be good, and a margin bottom of 1 rem. Okay, so these are the cards. Now let's continue, and I'll have a style for the H5s as well, which are in the cards, right? So program details left, I'll get the H5s inside of that and give them a margin bottom of 0.5 or 0.6 just to separate it a little bit from the paragraphs. Now let's target the right side. Okay, so I don't know if I should bring this to the left so that you see everything on the right. I'll make this a little bit bigger. So we are targeting program details and the right side. Let's give that a display of flex, and of course the flex direction is going to be column here, and a gap of 1 rem should be good. Let's give it a height of fit content. Okay, so some things are shifting apart already. Now let's get the article. So program right, program details right. Let's get the article tags and give them a background of the white background, so color gray 0, a padding of 1.5 rem, and a border radius of let's do radius 5, which is 2 rem. Okay, not too bad, I guess, but let's proceed and grab the H4s. So programs right, or program details right. The H4s should have a color of color primary, maybe. Yep, that works. Let's grab the H2s, and then the font weight for those, I want to make it a little bit lighter. So font weight, what's going on? So font weight of 600. Right, so let's move on and grab the div. Now remember, each div has the H2 and the paragraph, right? So let's grab the div. So program details, right? And the diffs inside of that, you give them a margin top of 1.5 rem, just to have some spaces in there. Okay, yeah, for the sake of this junk that we have here, I'm going to grab the program, right? Grab the articles and then the paragraphs, and say the margin top should be 0.5 rem, and the font size I'm going to reduce a little bit to 0.85 rem. So we save, and this what we have. Maybe I shouldn't have reduced that. Okay, so I'll remove the font size and keep it this way. Perfect. So guys, I think we are done here with the styling. Now let's go on and actually see how this looks on mobile devices. And of course it looks horrible, so we need to go ahead and give it some media queries. So our media screen and max width of 600 pixels, and those are my neighbor's dogs. So if you are hearing any dog barks in the background, my apologies. I'm not in the most silent neighborhood, so yep. Now let's give this a grid template columns of 1FR. So we save, and actually, you know what, I'll just put this on the right side to make it easy. Okay, so grid template columns of 1FR, and this is what we get. Not too bad, but I'll proceed to actually get the images right here. So I'll say program details, images, and the grid template columns here is going to be 1FR as well, and the gap is also going to be 1FR. Sorry, 1 rem. Okay, now let's do something about this, and that will be the, is it program list? Programs menu, yeah. Programs menu. Programs menu. Let's get that, and I think the gap here, why is it like this though? What's going on, man? I'll do a gap of 1 rem just to see what's happening in here. It's quite interesting. This shouldn't, what's happening, guys? Did I give it some weird margins? Interesting. They shouldn't have this much space between them, right? So maybe I had a weird margin for them. I'm not sure. Oh, this should be the programs section. Okay, this section is what I wanted to target. Okay, so the programs section should have a margin top and a margin bottom of 4 rem. Okay, and the left and right should be 0. Right, so I'll just come back down here and then remove this. I don't think we needed any space between them. The original space is all right, so that is good. Right, so I think we are done with the styling. Now let's go on and actually be able to click any of these cards to show the details that pertains to the programs of those cards that we click. Okay, so I'll just go back to our HTML, and of course with the JavaScript you can go ahead and create, you know, a separate JavaScript file for this file alone, but I don't think we need that, man. Maybe we do need it, but maybe we don't. Okay, actually I'll just go ahead and create it. So I'll create a programs.js file, and that will come right after the main.js file. Okay, so I'll locate the programs.js file. All right, so that is where we are going to have that functionality to be able to click the different programs that we have here and show the details that pertains to them or that relates to them. Achieving this shouldn't be that hard, so I'll just explain it briefly and then we'll execute it. Okay, so basically we are going to get all the buttons, right? And those are the cards, by the way. These cards, remember, each of them is basically a button with a class of program, right? But remember, they also have a different class on each of them. So the last one is license. This is what? Polishing. This is express, and then the first one is regular, I think. Yeah. Okay, and remember the first one, which is the default one, has the class of active as well. So basically, we are going to get all these buttons and have a click event on them. And we are going to say, hey, if the button that we are clicking has a class of regular, then we want to show a certain content for the details section. Okay, so I'm going to go back here in the JS. Of course, we have linked it. So if I come into my JS file and then do alert, save, we should have an alert, right? That's how you know it is actually linked. So let's go ahead and actually grab the buttons. So I'll call that programs menu, and that will be documents.query selector, or we are selecting multiple elements, and remember they all have the class of program singular. Okay, now I'm going to go ahead and grab the elements in which we want to actually make or display the content, and that will be the details. That's the program's detail right here. So this section is where we are going to render the element. Okay, inside of it is where we are going to render the dynamic elements. So I'll call this program detail and say document.query selector, and this is a single element, so you don't have to do query selector all, and the class we give it is what? Program detail, if I'm correct. Yep, that's it. Okay, so those are the two elements that we need. Okay, so I'm going to say programs menu for each because I want to loop through them. It's more than one button, so I'm going to loop through them and call each of them program, or you can do button if you want. So for each program, I want to add an event listener. So program.add event listener, where is going to be a click event, and for each click, I want to check if the program that we clicked or the button that we clicked on has a class list that contains express, for instance. Okay, so if the button contains a class or has a class of express, I want to grab the program detail section and say the inner HTML of this section should be, let's say, or should say express, for instance, or express details, right? Yeah, I made a mistake here. There shouldn't be any dot in front of it. Okay, so let's come back to the project, and there's the express button. Once I click it, these details all should be replaced with what I have here. Okay, so let's go ahead and click that and see what happens. Boom, you can see we have express details right here. So I'm going to have a big content as big as the container that we have here that goes down with the right and the left side and all that. Okay, so instead of me just typing all those things out, which is going to be very similar to the to the regular learning, by the way, instead of me typing them out, I'm just going to go ahead and actually paste the contents. Okay, and I'm going to use the classes that we've already styled so that the styling can also work on those elements that I'm bringing in. Okay, so I'm just going to go ahead and paste that, which is going to be in here. That's why I'm using the backticks, okay, which is on top of the tab on your keyboard. All right, so here we have it. Okay, here we have the content for the express details, right? And so you can just go ahead and actually I don't think you are going to be able to type this out, but I'm going to leave a link to the file so that you can get the dynamic stuff in here. So basically we have, the container class, that's the program detail container, and it wraps around the left side right here. You can see we have the left side and we have the right side as well. So basically, as I said, I'm using the classes so that we keep the styling. Okay, so it's going to be the dynamic content that we have in here. Right, so now if I come back to the project and click on Express, you can see we have Express lessons, and these contents and the pricing and all that is actually different. But notice that once I click this, the active style doesn't apply to it. Okay, so we have to fix that. And it's very simple. We are just going to take the active or remove the active class from this button and then put it on this one. Okay, so let's go ahead and actually do that. So once we click on the button, I'll just go ahead and add the active class on that. So program, that's the button. I'll say the class list should have another class of active. Okay, so now once we come and click it, you can see we have that. But the problem is the old active class or the old button doesn't get its active class removed. Okay, so we are going to have a very simple function here, and I'll call that remove active class. That will just remove the active class as the name says. So we will say programs menu. So we are getting all the buttons, okay, and we are going to run a for each loop in here as well. And we say for each button, we will go ahead and remove any active class on the buttons. Okay, so before we even check if this button that we are clicking on has the express class, we are going to run the remove active class function. Okay, so now if I come back and click, you can see the active class is on only the button that we clicked on. I hope that makes sense. So now let's go ahead and do the same thing to the remaining of the buttons that we have here. Okay, it's going to be basically the same thing. So right here, that's after this if statement, we are going to check if, or let's say else if, okay, because we are checking for more than two things. So we will say else if the program class list contains polishing. Okay, so if we've clicked on the polishing button, then we want to have the same things that we have here. So I'll just copy this and then paste it in here. Of course, I should have my closing backtick. So I'll go ahead and paste what we have for the polishing, and we'll go ahead and do the same thing for the rest of the two remaining elements or cards. So right after this check, we'll do another else if, and this will be checking for license. Okay, so if we click on a button with a license class, we should have, let me have the closing, of course I'm going to have the closing backtick as well. Perfect. Okay, so inside the backticks, I'm going to have the content for the license detail, and right after that I'll have one for regular. Okay, now the reason why I'm having one for regular, although we already have the initial styles is for regular already. Okay, so when the page loads, there's the default, right? But in case we click this and then we come back to this, nothing really happens. Okay, so we should have this same content for the regular as well. Okay, so for the regular, I'm actually going to go ahead and have that right now because we have the content in our HTML. So I'm going to go ahead and copy everything in here. That's from the div container. And yeah, I'll just copy everything in here and then paste it in the backticks. I'll save that. That's for the regular, right? And the last thing remaining is for the license detail. And I'll just paste that and we are good. Okay, so those are the contents that we need for the different buttons, right? So now if we come back to our project, we can click on Express, we can click on polishing, we can click on, license, and these are going to give us different, packages with different prices and all that. Okay, you can see the pricing for this is different from this one, is different from that one, is different from this one as well. So all of them are working perfectly, and I think we are good to go. Of course, on mobile as well, they should be working. As you can see, the contents are changing and everything is working perfectly. Okay, so now I think we are done completely with the programs page, and we can move on to, I have a few things to do here in the home page. We have to make sure this actually works. Of course, we should be able to click on students to show the details for each of the students and the license as well. And so let's go ahead and actually do that before we work on the light and dark theme. So I'm going to close the programs and enter our index. This should be very simple. We are basically going to get these three buttons, and we are going to get the body of the table as well. So on click of any of these, now remember each of these buttons actually have a different class, although they look the same right here. Oh, come on, right here. So these are the buttons, right? And remember each of them has a different class. So the last one is license, we have students, and then we have non-students. Okay, now the first one is the active one. That's why we have this active class, and so we are going to actually toggle the active class as well, just like we did for the programs buttons or the program cards. Okay, now the body here is what we are going to get, and in there is where we are going to put the dynamic content. Now, just like the programs, I'm going to have another file which is going to be the index.js file. Okay, and that's going to be specific to the index page, and so we can go ahead and do what we need to do here. And I'm just going to paste this and I'll walk you through, because it's the same thing that we did for the programs. Okay, so we basically get all the buttons right here, and we get the T body as well, okay, which is in the table. And once we have that, we are just going to go ahead and loop through the buttons and add a click event on all of them. If we click and the button contains a class of students, then we are going to show this particular content in the T body. I hope that makes sense. And you can see we have the remove active class from buttons function here, which does the same thing as we did for the for the programs. So it's basically going to remove the active class. And remember, when we click, we put the active class on the buttons. Okay, so that is just going to help us remove the active class from the previous button, basically. All right, so of course we have else if for the rest of the I'm going to remove this. We don't need it. I don't think we do need it, so I'll just remove that from here. And yeah, so I'll just go ahead and test this out. So I click. Of course, we haven't linked that file, that is the index.js file. Let's go ahead and link that. and that will be linked right before, or actually let's link that after the main JS. Okay, so let's do script source and get the index.js. Okay, and since we have a JavaScript file, we are going to copy this. And the reason why it's very important for you to have different JavaScript files for the different pages is that you do not want to add everything in one JavaScript file. Okay, so for instance, since we are trying to get different elements here in the, in the home page, in the index.js file, if we add the same file to another page, it wouldn't really make sense, and it would be giving us bugs because those elements or these elements that we are getting here wouldn't be on that page. I hope that makes sense, and those will be giving us errors. So make sure you just have different JS files for different, pages. All right, so I'll just paste this here. That will be the swiper JS, and I think that's it, right? So let's go ahead and test this out. I'll go ahead and click students. Did I even save that? I did not. So I'll save this, come back, and then click students. And you can see we have the students, content here. We click license and we have the license, content. Now I want it to be as smooth as what we had for the programs. So I'll go ahead inside of the index CSS right here. I'll go ahead and have come on, right? So I'll have this keyframe here, okay? And I made a mistake of setting the opacity here to be 0. It actually should be 1. Okay, so yeah, let's go ahead and actually test this out one more time. So I click and then we have a smooth animation, okay, a smooth fading effect. I hope that makes sense. All right, so that is it for this as well, and I think I will go ahead and do a few adjustments that I observed before we actually go ahead and add the last functionality, which is going to be the toggle for the dark and light theme. So for my first observation, let's go here to the index page, scroll all the way to the hero section, and here we had right here, that's the hero section. This should say C programs because it takes us to the programs page. And the next observation, that's inside of the index CSS. Let's scroll all the way to the hero section again, and right here, that's the images, right? Since we have great template columns for the images, we do not have to give it a width. Okay, we do not have to give it a width. It is going to be dynamic and it's going to be taken care of by this great template columns. I hope that makes sense. Now the reason why it looks good right now was because I changed the HTML font size. That's the only reason why we stopped, or I didn't really observe it, right? But if I change it back to the default, which is 16, you can see there is a problem. Okay, so we shouldn't have the width because it will be taken care of by this great template columns and make it dynamic. Okay, perfect. So I'll go ahead and actually change it back to 14. Right, now the next observation that I made was in the index HTML again, and that's the packages. I think I want to make this singular. It should be package. And I think I have 2 more corrections to make, and that is for all the other pages I didn't have the closing HTML tag, and I think you may have noticed that, so I'll go ahead and actually have that. Okay, so we need a closing HTML tag for all of the other pages. And you know what, I'll go ahead and actually change the title for all the pages as well. So if we are on the programs page, for instance, I want to say programs and then dash, and then we have the actual title that we had before. I hope that makes sense. So let's come to the gallery page. Let's have the closing HTML. Go up to the title and then have gallery dash and then the title itself that we had before. You come here to the frequently asked question, FAQs dash the title, scroll all the way down to have the closing HTML. Oh, come on. To have the closing HTML, and we have two more files. So this what contact. You should have the closing HTML. Go all the way up. Say contact. Perfect. And lastly, we have about. Okay, we need that closing HTML. Scroll all the way up, and this is going to say about. Okay, so those are the observations that I made, and I think it just makes the website looks better. Okay, so we are on the about page, so you can see we have about dash EGATOR driving school, blah blah blah. Okay, for the gallery, you can see we have gallery EGATOR driving school and all that. Okay, maybe I'll add an icon before we finish up with the project, but now I think the next thing we need to do is to actually work on the dark and light theme. Achieving this dark light theme shouldn't be that difficult. Let's go into our style CSS. First of all, I'm going to close everything and go into my style.css file, right? And apart from the root variables that we are going to have a different variable for a dark theme. Okay, so I'm going to have a class of, actually I'm going to paste this below the body. You can paste it wherever you want, really. I'm going to have that below the body, right? A class of dark, and I'm going to paste the variables that I want for the dark theme. Okay, so basically all the light themes in the root variables are going to be switched with the light theme variables. Okay, colors basically. So these are all colors, as you can see. So we are just changing the light colors in the root right here. You can see the color gray 0 and is the darkest color here. Okay, and the lightest color here with the color gray 900 is going to be, come on, it's going to be, you know, the darkest color here. I hope that makes sense. So for instance, if we go into our browser or even in the HTML, what page are we on right now? That's the contact page. If we go ahead and we add, where is the contact? Yeah, right here. We add a class of dark to this body. Let's see what happens. We have a dark theme. Okay, we have a perfectly working dark theme, right? So that's just how we are going to do it with JavaScript. Okay, so we are just going to add that class if we click to show the dark theme, and we are going to remove that class if we click to hide the dark theme or show the light theme. I hope that makes sense. So that will be in the main.js, which is the JavaScript file that is linked to all the pages, because we want this to actually work on all the pages. Okay, so let's get the button that we are going to click on. There's the button that I'm going to get, and we give that a class of theme btn. So theme btn, I'll say document.query selector and theme btn. That's the class I gave it. Okay, let's go ahead and add an event listener on that. So theme btn dot add event listener. Click event. Come on. And on click, I want to check if document.body class name is equal to dark. If it is equal to dark, then that means we are already on a dark theme. Okay, And so I'll switch to the other theme because we want a toggle. So if it is dark, then I want a light theme, right? Therefore, I'll just remove the class. Okay. Otherwise, then that means I want a dark theme, or that means I'm already on a light theme and I want a dark theme. So I'll just add the class of dark to the body. Okay, so when I come back and click, wait a minute, and this should be a comparison operator, not an assignment operator. Okay, yeah, there should be a comparison. So I'm checking if it is equal to this, right? Okay, so let's go ahead and check or try this. If we click, we should have a dark theme. We click again, we should have a light theme. Okay, so that's the toggle I want. But now I want to actually change this if you're on a dark theme. Okay, I want to make it, a sun icon instead of the moon icon. So I'll just grab this and copy that, come back to my project, and I'll say the theme btn inner html should be equal to the moon in this case. Okay, so I'll just paste this, and this should be the moon, but here it should actually be the sun. Okay, so I click, I have the sun for the dark theme. I click again and I have moon for the light theme. Okay, right here. All right, now what I want to do is to actually make this persist to the local storage. So basically the local storage is one of the browser's storage system, and that is what we are going to use to store the theme. Okay, the theme that we choose. All right, so I'll say here the local storage, I'm going to set item. So local storage dot set item, and you can give this whatever name you want, but I'll say driving school tut, that's tutorial, and I'll put the light. Okay, which is what we are setting on the body. Okay, so I'll put just an empty string, right? And down here I'll just duplicate this, put it down here, and here, since we are setting it to be the dark, I'll put the dark in here. Okay, now of course if we come back and then we try this, you can see that we have driving school tooth and we have the dark right here. Okay, if we click again, pay attention to this. If we click again, it should be gone. Okay, if I go ahead and click, we have dark, so we have that toggle, and we are actually saving it in the local storage. So of course, since we're on the dark theme, if I refresh, it should persist, right? But it doesn't, and that is because we are not actually getting the saved class from the local storage. So we've set it all right, but we are not getting it. So let's go ahead and actually get it. So I'll say window.add event listener, and this is going to be the load event. Basically, once the window loads, we want to go ahead and say the document body class name should be equal to the local storage get item, and we are getting the driving driving school tooth, which is this right here. We are getting the item that we saved, right? And I'll say if the local storage get item, and that's the driving school tooth, if that item that we are getting is equal to empty, then that means we are on the light theme, and therefore I'll just change, I'll just copy this and then paste it in here. Otherwise I'll just duplicate this, and this will be the moon, and that will be the sun. I hope that makes sense. Okay, so once the page loads, we are just getting what we saved. Come on, this should be school. We are just getting what we saved in the local storage and applying it to the body. Okay, so now you can see we've actually gotten that since the page has refreshed, and we are good to go. Okay, so once I refresh the page, you can see we are on the light theme. If I go ahead and click, we are on the dark theme, as you can see here. But if I refresh now, this should actually persist. Okay, which is perfect. All right, now let's check out how the dark theme looks on the other pages as well. So I'm going to go ahead and change this to the dark theme. Okay, let's go to programs, and that's how it looks. I can refresh and it's going to persist, right? So we can change the different details as well. Everything is working exactly as expected. We can shuffle the about, is working as well. Let's go to the home page, and that's how it looks like. All right, so everything is working exactly as expected, guys. Everything is working exactly as expected. And I'm using my touch screen here to just I want to reduce the width of these images. Okay, and that's just going to be the grid template columns that I'm going to change, or even I'll just increase the gap to 5 rem, and yeah, we get it. So, and I think with the border radius, you can go ahead and increase it to about 8, and it should give it the perfect look that I want. Right now, the next thing I want to do is to have a favor icon. Okay, just like in the finished project here, I put up the finished project. Okay, so in this finished project, you can see that we have a favor icon. Let's have that, and after that, we will have this animate on scroll effect as well. Okay, so let's have the favor icon here in our tutorial project, and that's going to be on all the pages. Okay, starting with the home page, I'll come up here, and you can just type link and have a colon and choose this favor icon. So you can just go ahead and choose the icon you want, and in my assets I have this icon .png file that I want to use. So if I save, come back to the project, we should have it. Okay, you can use any image that you want. Really, you can use any image. So for instance, we can use one of the candidate images, and if I come back, you can see that we have that candidate image. Okay, but I'm going to go back to the icon that I want, and this is it, right? So I'm just going to copy this and then paste it on all the pages. That's pasting it in all the HTML files, and you can paste it anywhere in the head. Okay, you don't have to paste it as the last link in the head. You can paste it anywhere, really. I'm just going to keep it consistent and paste it as the last link in the head. All right, so if we go on all the pages, we should have that. Okay, I should refresh maybe. Did I not save it? I'll refresh. Oh, we have to go back into the assets. So we have to go back into the main folder before we can actually get the assets folder and then get the icon. I hope that makes sense. So let's go back, and in the contacts we have to go back with two dots, and in the gallery too we have to do the same, and also in the programs we have to do the same thing here. So I'll save, and now we should have our favor icon. on all the pages. Okay, and everything of course should be working as well. All right, now let's go ahead and work on the animate on scroll effect, just like we have in a finished project here. Okay, once the page loads, you can see there's a fade in with this content here, and there's a fade up with the images here as well. And other pages also have those animations. Okay, which is really cool, and it makes the website look more professional and lively. So let's go ahead and actually use animate on scroll. So just search animate on scroll, and you can go ahead and watch this video if you want. But I'm just going to go ahead and click this link right here, and you can see the demos that you have. Okay, the different animations that you can have on your website. So let's click this. Where is the GitHub? I'll scroll down and grab the CDN. That's the CSS CDN. And the animate on scroll is only going to be on the home page. Okay, so here in the index HTML, I'm going to paste that. So I'll paste it. I'll duplicate this comment, bring it down, and this is going to be animate on scroll CDN. Right, I'll copy this JavaScript as well, come back to the project, and I'll scroll all the way down and then paste it right before my right before my custom JavaScript. Okay, now this AOS instance can be put inside of the index. Okay, I can remove this comment, and that comment actually should be in here. Initialize swiper JS, that was a comment. Right, and below that I can have my AOS initialize animate on scroll. I hope that makes sense. Perfect. Okay, so let's see what we can do for the fade. Okay, so this is what I think that's a fade up. Let's see, I'll just refresh the page. The first one is a fade up right here, and that's how I want the images to do. Okay, that's how I want them to appear once the page loads, right? So you can just copy this data AOS, you can just copy that, and I think I should have the style for the content first. That's for the hero section. The hero section have this article with the hero content class, so I'm going to paste the data AOS on that, and instead of fade up, I want this to actually fade in. Okay, so it's going to be a fade in, and also you can have data AOS duration here as well. So for the duration, I want this to take 1500 milliseconds, 1.5 seconds for the animation to actually finish. I hope that makes sense. And you can have data AOS delay as well, so you can put some delay on the animation as well. And in this case, I'm going to have this delay just half a second, which is 500 milliseconds, right? So if we come back to our project and then refresh the page, it's going to take a while and then it fades in. I hope that makes sense, right? Now this is what I want to fade up, so I'm just going to go back, and that's the hero images. I'll paste data AOS fade up. I'm going to have the delay and the duration here as well, so I just copy this, and in this case I want the duration to be 1500 milliseconds here as well, but the delay is going to be 1200 milliseconds. Okay, so right when this is almost done coming in, this will start coming in. Okay, I'll just refresh for you to see, and this is how I want it, right? So on that theme, this is how it's going to look. I'll just refresh, and this looks beautiful. Okay, now let's go on and have some animation here as well, and that's going to be a fading here, and it's going to be sliding from the right side. Okay, so let's scroll. This actually fade left. Okay, so I'll just copy this, fade left, come back, and I'll scroll to the about, and for the right side we are going to have that fade left, and right here, that's for the left side, is going to be a fade in. Okay, so a fade in here and a fade left here. Okay, so let's see how that looks. I'll refresh the page, and okay, so we have the fade in here and the fade left here as well, but they are too fast, so of course we are going to bring in that duration. Where is it? Come on, man. I'll bring in the data AOS duration and the delay, and then paste them on this right here. And for the delay, maybe I'll just make this 200 milliseconds, and for the duration I'll just keep it at 1500 milliseconds. Okay, which is 1.5 seconds. And for the fade left, I'll have a delay and duration on that too, and maybe I'll keep this at 1000 milliseconds, which is 1 second. And so I'll refresh the page and see how this looks. I'll scroll, and this is how it looks. Not too bad, I guess. Let me refresh one more time. So this comes in, this comes up, we scroll to the about, this comes in, and then this slides from the right. Okay, that's good. Now let's move on to the next section of the page. Now for this section, I want them all to have a fade up. Okay, but I'm going to put different delays on them so that let me just go ahead and do it. And yeah, once I'm done doing it, you understand how that's going to be. So we are going to have different, data AOS. It's going to be a fade up for all, of course, but we are going to have different durations and delays on them. Okay, so for the first one, I want it to come in almost immediately, which is going to be about 300 milliseconds. Oh, that should be for the delay. So about 300 milliseconds for the delay, and I'll copy all of this to the next li. So that's going to be this, and for the delay here, I want it to be 600. I'll paste it here as well. The delay here is going to be 900, so there is that increase of 300 milliseconds, right? And the last one is going to have a delay of 1200. Okay, so let's save this and see how this looks. Not too bad. So now let's go ahead and actually deploy this website and make it available on the internet. So let's go to Hostinger, and I'm going to leave a link to Hostinger in the description. So just use that link instead. And if you haven't already, make sure you buy the hosting using the link in the description. You are going to get a special exclusive discount. And once you buy the hosting, you are actually going to get a free domain name for 1 year. You're going to get a free SSL as well, and a whole bunch of free stuff. Okay, Hostinger is a very, very reliable, hosting platform that I always use for all my projects. All right, so let's log in into our Hostinger Edge panel. And let's go to business web hosting right here, click manage. And you should have the domain that you claimed. You should have that selected by default. I have that domain for a different project, so I'm going to use this domain right here, That is what I'm going to use for this deployment. So just go ahead and click File Manager. It's the same process, okay? The same procedure that you should also follow to be able to deploy your website and make it available on the internet. So let's go to public_HTML. And here, if you have any files or folders, go ahead and select them all and then trash them. Perfect. Now let's come back to our actual project. That is the project we just created. And let's select the project folder itself and compress that. Okay, so we are just going to go ahead and turn that into a zip file, and this zip file is what we are going to deploy, or we are going to upload to our file manager. So let's go ahead and select file, and let's select this right here. Okay, and that is being uploaded. As you can see, we are uploading our file and it's been uploaded. So let's go ahead and extract this, and I'm going to extract it right here. So I'll just use dot. I'll delete the zip file because I don't need it anymore. We have the extracted folder here. Let's go into that and let's select everything in here. Okay, we are going to move it back into the public_HTML. So let's click on move, and right here, as you can see, there is 2 dots here. So let's just click that, and that means we are going back once. Okay, we are going back into the public_HTML. So let's click on move, and that's it. Okay, we are in the public_HTML. So this right here is the folder that held everything. Now we can go ahead and actually delete it. Okay, and you are seeing 17 days here because I have my date set to the future. Okay, my date right here is 17 days ahead. That's the only reason why you are seeing 17 days here, but this is actually live. So once you've done all that, you should have your website live. Okay, so our project should be live now on the internet, and everyone around the world should be able to access it. Okay, now let's go ahead and visit the domain on which we deployed it. In my case, this is it, but in your case, that should be the domain you claimed. Okay, the free domain you got, that should be the selected domain by default, right? So we just go ahead, open a new browser tab. So as you can see, everything is working exactly as expected. Everything is working exactly as expected, guys. Everything should be working exactly as expected. Right? We can toggle this and all that. Everything should be working exactly as expected. We have the about page and all that. We have our map. Everything is working amazing. All right, so that is it for the entire project. I hope you learned a lot from this. And as I said, I'm working on a zero to hero HTML and CSS course. So if you are ever going to be interested, make sure you subscribe to my email list, and I will let you know when the course is ready. Thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next one.